Ranger's Fury, Stormborn Saga Book 4, written by J.T. Williams. Copyright 2018. Part 1. Return to Taria. The ocean spray blew across the deck as on the tail of a storm, a young captain took his crew south. His name was Valin, Stormborn of the glacial seas. His vessel was a realm ship of the Dwarves, a lost race of incredible power who had tasked him with guarding the oceans of the north until a foretold time. But for a time, his business was to the south. A member of his crew desperately sought to find his son, if his son was even still alive. Fadis, Ranger of the North, who had spent his child's early years fighting in a war against the Elves, had managed to secure his son a place with the Elves when the truth of the land's events became known. He was a traitor to a king, and his once enemy became the safer place. That was 10 years ago. His son was essentially grown. He promised that he would return for his son, and he was making good on it now. "Captain!" a young woman shouted out. "I see land ahead beneath what light from the waning moon reveals." This younger woman was a Russes named Bry, a being who appeared as if she were of the race of men, but could wield magic with just her hands, a significant skill of her race. Russes were rare, an ancient race like the Dwarves, but still very much in existence. She and Valin cared much for one another, though they worked to keep that from the crew. "We must move around the cape," another woman corrected her. This part Russis woman was one of the few remaining people with Dwarves blood. A power unlike any other across the oceans of continents, she had spent her entire life in a temple of the wind god, Dimn, learning to control her powers. Now she served the Stormborn, but she was not alone. Valin turned the wheel over to one of the few others who ever guided the ship, a shadow elf from the east, Evurn. As the oldest of the crew and with a dark history himself, he was a powerful force to reckon with. He watched over Valin and the others as a father, but he was also the strangest. "Rossi didn't like that storm," he told Valin. Rossi was his albino snake, and most of the crew felt the snake had more rights than they did. Rossi coiled down his arm and sat on the wheel of the Aela Sunrise. "Captain," Evurn said quite suddenly, "do we not need to move into the Vindus Sea regions?" "Yes, that's where we go," Valin said. "Well, as you can see, there is a great amount of fog we're going into. I suggest we move away from the fog. Find a safe harbor for now." Valin saw exactly what Evurn had mentioned. What before was just rough seas now was veiled in thick fog rolling off the bow. Evurn turned them north, taking them along the high cliffs of northern Taria. "We shouldn't dwell this way for long," Fadis said. "Come now," Bry said. "How many years has it been since you left this place?" "Not long enough, seeing as we are back at this place. The Elves are where we need to go." "Well, fog complicates that for now." Evurn closed her eyes, but at almost the same time, they jerked back open. "Valin, turn now. There is a cove with high grass. We need to go there." Valin turned the wheel, moving quickly toward dark cliffs. He moved the levers of the ship, and the ship began to glow, casting light ahead and revealing an almost perfect moor around some high rocks. "Good timing, Evurn," Bry said. "We would have missed it." Evurn jumped from the ship before it was even tied off and began up into high grass. Bry followed, with Valin jumping to follow Bry. "What in the gods has gotten into them?" Fadis asked. "I do not know," said Evurn, "but that girl is going to get us in trouble, I'm sure." As Fadis reached the upper part of the embankment, he saw that Evurn had her arms out and eyes closed. "Someone is near, someone who will be important," she said. "What do you mean?" Fadis asked. "Stay here. They will come to you. There is another. Come, Bry, now!" Before any could ask or protest, both Evurn and Bry disappeared into the grass, leaving the others. "I don't like this," Evurn said. "There's a foul smell in the air. I will watch this other direction. Whatever Evurn is up to, I'm sure we'll know soon. As Evurn now left too, Valin and Fadis stayed put. So much for a simple journey, Valin said. Fadis strung his bow. Perhaps it will remain simple. Valin and Fadis saw several sudden flashes of fire and lightning. No, definitely not. Fadis put an arrow to cheek, and Valin drew his blade. They advanced to the edge of the tall grass and watched for more flashes. They came, but they were much further off. Fadis heard galloping horses and shouting. "This is why we do not separate," he said to Valin. Valin ran over to where they'd last seen Evurn. "Evurn, where are you?" A few moments later, Fadis saw something moving to their right. He was about to release his arrow when he saw the glow of a Rusis spell and Bry moving with a large man to her side. "Thanks for not killing me," she said. "Why would I kill you?" "Rusis, in the fields. Evurn fights them." Multiple large blasts of fire and lightning erupted in the near distance. The sounds of the horses drew closer. "Who is this?" Fadis asked of the large man, now noticing he too had a child or something in his arms. "I am a simple barkeep from the east. My daughter and her ill dwarven friend seek help. She needs help, though, now. They're going to kill her." The man began to cry, and Fadis pushed them away. "Take him and hide for now near the way to the ship," he told Bry. He advanced through the grass with Valin just behind him. He spotted multiple shadowy forms in the fields. He ran back up to a wooded path, quickly moving through the trees. He saw someone ahead looking back the way they had come. He touched her shoulder. She jumped and drew a knife. He grabbed her arm, preventing her from stabbing him. "I'm a friend unless you're a friend of the king," Fadis said, holding her arm as she pushed against his. "Seriously, if I wanted you dead, I would have put an arrow in you." Her stern push against him released, and she sheathed her dagger. "They're everywhere. The magic casters, Rusis in cloaks. I've never seen so many." "Careful, they're already pissed. Damn Rusis. I thought I took down one of the last in this region when I left. Damn it." Fadis saw several figures converging on them. "Friends?" "No," the woman said. He pulled an arrow to cheek before releasing the bolt and taking down one of them. Several of the figures near the one who dropped turned and sent a volley of flaming magic toward them. Fadis dropped to the ground with the female, and the spells landed around them but missed. From behind them, a bolt of lightning leapt out, striking more of the attackers. The attackers fled, and Fadis could hear more of the horses nearly upon them. The early morning sun revealed the banners of the King of Taria in the distance. Fadis spit. "Come on," he told the woman. "Who are you?" she asked. "Not trying to kill you. How's that for an answer?" Valin went to look toward the approaching horses. "Captain, I'd suggest we get to the others. These men don't look like they're here to play nicely," Fadis said. "Move forward. We need to get to the ship." They began to run back toward where they had come ashore. "Where's Evurn?" Valin questioned. "Beside you," she said. The woman they were helping jumped as Evurn appeared suddenly beside them. "I think we killed enough of them. Perhaps they'll not attack random travelers." "I told you this place would be nothing but a lawless land," the Fadis said. "The king was a bastard when I fought with him, and a bastard he remains. The next time you get a feeling, perhaps we will not stop like this." "We are here. We will deal with this. Let us get back to the others," Valin said. They came upon where Bry was. "Bry," Valin asked, "where's our lovely shadow elf?" "I do not keep up with him, Valin. Making friends, Fadis?" Bry asked, staring the woman up and down. "Something like that," Fadis said. "Enemies of the king are likely friends of ours." The woman looked at the others Bry had brought. "You are both okay. I thought for sure they had killed you." "What is going on?" Fadis questioned. "Rusis. Enemy Rusis. I have never seen so many," Evurn said. They nearly had them when I came upon them. She is like what I told you. She is of the Ruses and, the barkeep said, staring at her, like the Dwemhar. The woman stared at Evium. Evium shook her head. We will talk of this later. Horsemen rode nearly upon them, and Fadis drew an arrow as several of the king's men circled him and the rest of the crew. Seems you boys wandered a bit far from Taria, Fadis said. You're going to want to head back east. No one here has anything for you. Stranger, one of the men said, you are new to these lands. I do not recognize you. This female is wanted by the king for crimes against the crown. I do command that you— Fuck off! Fadis took several steps forward. He loosed his arrow, sending the bolt directly past the horseman's helmet. Before the rogue could look back to the ranger, he had another arrow to cheek. Tell your king he can fuck off too. We don't have time or desire to deal with his rabble. The horseman laughed. You can insult us if you wish, but the king has gathered those of particular skill. He moved his hand to the side, and several of the Ruses from before were at his sides. My king is stronger than he has ever been. We will not deal with Elven, Dwarven, or rebel intrusion into our lands anymore. You and the others are free to go. We will take that girl and that dwarf, Riller. Another figure appeared from the path that led down to the sea. Valin glanced and smiled to see Evurn and Rossi. I like the dwarf, the Evurn said. His name is Riller, you say? Good, I like Riller. The snake Rossi hissed at the horses, sending several of them scampering back. Captain Valin, the ship is ready. We will head back to sea and toward Elven lands, with extra crew, under our protection, he said, emphasizing that the rogue, her father, and Riller were not to be given up. As the rogue walked with the others who assisted her father in carrying Riller, she looked back to Fadis and Evium. This is an outrage, the horseman said. Rusis, stop them! The casters advanced, but both Evium and Evurn stepped forward. A blast of red magic threw a wall of snow, dirt, and rock into the closest Rusis, toppling several horses. Evium floated just above the ground, her hands alight with white fire, lifting several of the others high into the air and throwing them into the trees beyond the horsemen. The man who had ordered the Rusis to move in was speechless. Those around him fled, and he struggled to control his own steed. Yes, said Fadis. As I said, fuck off! They fled back toward the Ayla sunrise. Valin was at the helm. Avam immediately went to the barkeep and used her powers to heal what she could of his bloody wounds. She then placed her hands on the dwarf. The dwarf is sickened with something else. Was he poisoned? Dwemhar ruins, the woman said. A trap of some kind. Evurn boarded the ship. Come now, we just got away from that Dwemhar and sea people stories and sicknesses and crazy events. Let's not start up on some quest once again. Come now, Evurn, Valin mocked. You know you enjoy every bit of such a fun quest. He responded. Stormborn. Fadis went to the woman as Valin moved away from the shore almost without any wind at all. The woman looked up at the lack of wind in the sails and then looked at the ship itself with a questioning eye. If the ship is your only question of us, I'd be surprised, Fadis said. What is your name? She looked around the ship, scanning each of the crew. She then looked to her father, who was leaning against the railing of the ship, exhausted. Fadis could tell she did not typically trust others from the loops in her armor, which no doubt held daggers, to her general demeanor. If she wasn't a ranger of some kind, she was something else. He smiled at her, and she gave a half-smirk. Kirla, she said. Kirla, well, welcome aboard the Ayla Sunrise. We have need to travel further south. I have some business with the Elves. You can travel with us, or we will take you to a port of your choosing. I'm not here to ask what happened before, but you can decide your next path. We've all made our own choices aboard this vessel. What will be yours? She stared at him, and he smiled. Fadis noticed she seemed to stare towards her father, and then back to Fadis. There is time. Talk with your father. Valin made a point to guide the Aela sunrise far away from the distant coast. The sun rose a bit higher in the sky, and the waves glistened with a golden hue. These waters were indeed much different from the glacial seas. As Valin and Fadis locked eyes, the ranger came to his side as their two new companions, or in fact 3, if they counted the sickened dwarf, stared aimlessly, unsure what to make of their surroundings. She's not a ranger, Fadis said. She knows a lot of the rangers of the north. I have to assume she has some affiliation with them, even though she denies it. Valin glanced over at him, and then at the seas ahead. You talk of her like she's some type of criminal. He looked back at the ranger. Is she? Fadis shook his head. The definition of criminal would need to be defined, and in these lands, we can't assume anything. The king of Taria wants her dead. That would be the same wish for myself by the king if he knew I were alive. As Evurn and Bry brewed some of their last stores of coffee, Evurn joined Fadis and Valin at the helm. I told you both we had no business going anywhere but the Elven lands. I say that knowing that they will most likely deny us entry. Come now, Evurn, Fadis said. I have already told all of you. It does not need to be stated again, but here I will state again. Elves and shadow elves do not mix in any form, in any sparse area of woods, or upon any battle plain. My kind hates their kind, and they hate my kind. Shadow elves prefer the shadows and darkness. Shadow this, shadow elf. Is your land in perpetual darkness? Fadis asked. Evurn nodded. The Shadowlands are dark. Both its people and the creatures that dwell there have learned to live in such a place. From the volcanic region to the far south, smoke billows up, blocking the sun east of the mountain range that borders the entire way to the western lands. Though there are passes to the other realms, they are guarded by many eyes, both friend and foe to Shadow Elf. Falakar horsemen thunder across the open plains and along the coastlines. Pyramids rise into the sky as sacrifices are made to those that Shadow Elves deem holy. Though we have a night and day, magic has made it so that even our day does not see blue skies but gray. Only at night do the stars high above shine down, and our land looks as the other lands. It is a place I wish to avoid for the rest of my life. I cannot think of anything that would convince me to actually return to those shores, and I cannot explain all that is that land or of those that live there. Blood elves, shadow elves, and these woodland sprites are all very different. I will not waste time explaining the difference, because it does not matter. You do not find my kind here, and I will not rest without a hand on my weapon. They began to move further south, rounding the cape. They took a passage sailing to the Vindus Seas, the great seas of the south that reached all the way to the Dashran coast. Erin is a grand city, Evurn said. Even at the Temple of Swea, the monks told me stories of the Jewel of the Coast. It is old and a place of mystery. We need no further mysteries, Evurn said. We have enough mystery already on our deck. About that time, Kurla and the man known as the barkeep approached the helm. Are you of the Dwemhar? The barkeep asked. No, Valin replied, but this is a Dwemhar vessel. My crew and I are of many races. Our allegiance is to the greater good. We thank you, the barkeep said. This is my daughter, and she is of Rusis blood, as am I, if it matters. Both Evurn and Bry took a sudden interest in their new companions. I am of the Rusis as well, more so than Evurn here, Bry said. It is rare to find another like myself in any form. Stranger still, the number serving the king of Taria. We do not know anything about that, Kurla said. In fact, I have not been around my father in some time. We do not have the greatest family bond, I guess you would say. My name is Burke, the barkeep said. I once was a practiced rusist, but no more. I fear I can offer very little, especially compared to my daughter." "And what does she offer?" Fadis asked. "When I was younger," she began, "I was captured by the king, but I escaped through much luck. I escaped to a guild in one of the lower Taria cities. I learned to steal. I learned that throwing blades at my enemies worked well to distract them, and they would drop their guard for me to rush them with a longer blade and cut open their neck. I wasn't a ranger, as I know you already know, but the past few months I've been working with many of those that claim that title. The king is ruthless. He's moved into every small village outside the reach of his own kingdom and demanded that they pay taxes, and when they do not, he takes all their belongings. Those who resisted were swiftly killed. While there have been little fires of rebellion against the king, they are quickly doused. But the rangers have been unifying. All of them who can still pull back a bowstring are gathering. We made contact with the rangers of the riverlands to the far southwest. They know our plight. Before the events of last night, I was scouting out one of the villas that the king would keep some of his treats at, but we were discovered and I was struck. I traveled many miles, blood dripping from my wounds, with my dwarven friend here at my side, going to the only place I knew would take me in." Kurla pulled back a gauntlet, revealing a red mark of a broken sword and an arrow on her forearm. Fadis stood up and descended to the deck where Kurla stood. "Branding? That is the mark of pirates, not of a thief." Kurla pushed her gauntlet back down. "I was more than a thief. I had joined the king's harem in an attempt to get closer to him. That was a mark of a mistress who was also skilled with a blade, and therefore could not be left around any weapon." Her father's mouth was open, and he shook his head. "My daughter, a mistress of the king? Not a concern of your own?" She nodded. "I was going to kill him, but when I determined that he had connections with those Rusies, though did not know what exactly they were, I also learned he knew the locations of several ranger hideouts. I made a choice and fled his castle, attempting to warn all my brothers and sisters in time." Kurla stomped across the deck and then turned, pointing at Fadis. "I know you. You are the first. You were the ranger who stole the bow of the Elves. He hates you. He talks about you all the time." Fadis smiled smugly. "I'm glad that with all the years I've been gone, he has not forgotten about me." "No, he hasn't. He considers you the start of the rebellion, and for that reason I would not show your face on any of the lands of Taria." Evurn snickered to himself. "And such is why we will avoid Taria. I do not know what you are into, girl, but this crew is not a den of thieves and assassins. We have our purpose for coming down this direction. We go to the Elven lands by our own accord, and by luck, it is so that we can help you and your dwarf there. Once we are there, and he is healed, you can go about any rebellion or fight you choose to. The crew of the Stormborn and Valin do not take part in such petty events." Valin glanced over at Evurn. "The captain of this vessel can talk." Evurn shook his head. "But my friend is right," Valin said. "It just happened to be we were there to protect you, the dwarf, and your father. We do not request anything from you, only that you understand it is as Evurn told you." "Perhaps we should tend to this," Fadis suggested. Aviam glanced to Valin and then back to Fadis. "I do not believe that lines up with what you seek, Fadis." "Perhaps not, but it is because of that I was taken away from my son and my dead wife. It was because of that my wife is dead." Both Kurla and Burke stepped back, returning to their dwarf's side. "We do not wish any trouble to you or your crew, Captain Valin. Once we reach Elven lands, we will depart from your side," Kurla said. Fadis glared at Valin and then stormed below deck. Evurn leaned into Valrin's ear. "Perhaps the ranger will go his own way? Perhaps, or fate leads us down a path we did not expect. Perhaps, Stormborn." Progressing further south, where the cliffs seemingly lifted out of the seas like high walls, they were getting closer. A massive forest lined the border, with silver and blue towers nestled into the tree line every so often. "The edge of the Elven kingdom," Fadis said. "I never went this far west during the war, but the architecture is the same as the east." "So, you fought against them?" Valin questioned. "Yes, for a time. The king claimed many things about the elves then, but what most of the rangers witnessed when we were told to take a sacred vow was that he was drawing them out and into the war more than the elves are trying to take our land rhetoric he spewed most of the time. Rangers defend where they live. In some cases, we may do more, but a generalized threat to homesteads in territories will draw us out. Most of us had working relationships with the elves. We shared the woods, looked out for one another. We had no issues with elves, so when the king issued a decree that the woods had become hostile, most of my friends and I laughed. It has always been hostile. Vampires live in the woods, and having one of them come upon you is not the best thing possible." "My aunt was a vampire," Valin reminded him. "Yes, but she didn't go about stealing children from villages and turning them, did she? Not all vampires are necessarily enemies, but these in their hold further south have a severe distaste for humans and elves alike. Most of the time, if you stay far from their hold, they will leave you alone, but not always. It is the vampires we rangers always watched for. Aside from their own forms, they have many creatures that serve under them. But no, the king decided the elves were a threat, and started the stupidest war I have ever seen." Valin guided the Ayla sunrise into what appeared as two large standing stones floating just above where the waters of the glacial seas and the strait that led to the Vindus Sea met. Those on the ship stood, with several mouths agape at the defiance of the natural world. The two standing stones were taller than many trees, sitting on either side of the massive riverway that led into the woods. "The real gateway," Burke said. "What?" Aviam asked. "The real gateway. I have heard of it in stories, but never thought I'd set my eyes upon it. It is the northern entry point into the Elven kingdom, guarded by more than elves, or so the rumors say." While the cliffs up to this point rose high into the air, near the actual gateway, they sunk down near level with the ocean. Atop the stretch of blue and white spiked towers, several green-armored figures stood with bowstrings at cheek. As the Ayla sunrise came before the gate, a shuddering shake took the ship. "You've run aground!" Evurn shouted. The sea bubbled around them before the ship was pushed up and out of the water. Claws reached from under the ship onto the deck. "Valin, get us out of here! They attack us!" Fadis drew his bow, taking aim at a massive form rising out of the water. He released the arrow just in time for a splinter of a flash to come from the gateway. An elven arrow struck his arrow just as it left his bow. From beyond several large rocks near the gateway, vessels nearly the size of the Ayla sunrise approached them. "Valin, spin these crystals up. We must defend ourselves," Fadis shouted. Valin stared at the creature that held the ship. Its claws were massive and sharp, but it held the ship with care. It wasn't attempting to drag them down or otherwise attack. The elves on the gateway could easily send arrows into those standing on the deck, but they did not. "Wait," Evurn told Fadis as he went for another arrow. "Let not your past issue cloud our current situation." As one of the elven ships drew closer, a man wearing no armor, but instead was garbed in a silver robe, raised his hand in greeting. "Travelers from the north," the elf shouted. "You are aboard a realm ship of the Dwemer, a rarest sight in many thousand years. Tell me, why do you seek the kingdom of the woodland elves?" Fadis notched an arrow, but did not draw it back. The elf noticed this, but looked to Valin. "Can a boy speak?" "Yes, I am Captain Valin. This is my vessel, the Ayla Sunrise. We do not mean you any threat." The elf looked to Fadis and back to Valin. Your man looks nervous. I hope he does understand that no arrow would reach this ship unchallenged. We seek no war with you, Valin of the Ayla Sunrise. But if the weaponry of your ship is engaged, we will command the guardian holding its bow to allow the sea to take your vessel. Let us not speak over shouts, and prepare yourselves to be taken to the docks beside the gateway. We will speak further there." Valin did nothing as the massive creature beneath them carried the ship. He and Evurn looked over the edge and noticed that the creature itself had arms of claws and tentacles, like drawings of squid he had seen in the north, but was capable of carrying the entire ship as it were. They were carried to a large stone harbor that blended into the rocks of the cliffs and had another large gateway and a road that led both through the gates and back into the cliffs and upward, presumably out of Elven territory and to the further south. On the shore, more elves awaited them, but these did not wield weapons in an outward fashion. "I suggest we not make war with these elves," Evurn said, looking at Fadis. The ranger put his arrow away and assisted Burke with lifting the dwarf. Kirla followed just behind him as Valin, Evurn, and Bry jumped from the ship to the dock. The creature holding the ship released it, and the ship rested just within the surface of the water, the standing stones sending some form of energy at the base of the ship. Valin turned to look at what was happening to his vessel. "Do not worry, young captain. Your ship is being purified of unclean parts. The sacred lands beyond the gates shall not be polluted with that which may be upon your vessel. Come this way." The lone elf nodded to other elves around him, and they stepped aside as the elf took them through a wooden gateway and to an atrium of sorts with several large blue trees with yellow flowers. Here there were several seats, and another elf brought them chalices of tea. Valin took one of the chalices and sipped it. It wasn't actually tea, but a wine of honey. "My master will be with you shortly," the elf said. He then departed. "This wine feels weightless in my mouth," Bry said. "It is good," Evurn said. Though Burke had some of the wine, neither Fadis nor Kirla drank. "Oh, come now. If they wanted you dead, you'd be dead, and I'd be dealing with your corpse. Drink the wine," Evurn said, though no chalice was in his own hand. "And you?" Fadis asked. "I would not normally drink half my weight in alcohol like you. You're nervous. Rest yourself," Evurn said. It wasn't too long before the elf from before, in silver robes, came through a white doorway that none of them had noticed before, because it faded into the rocks around it so well. The elf who had arrived did not seem the least bit worried about the strange companions before him. Instead of sitting down with them immediately, or after some prolonged reading, he took a chalice of tea for himself and began pacing around the area. "As I see it, an ancient vessel with the most curious assortment of individuals has arrived at my gateway, seeking passage, no doubt, into the Elven realm. Immediately I should question why, but I really do not need to. We have served alcohol, and still the dwarf is sleeping, and to me that is a clear enough sign that you have need of elvish medicine." "That is correct, sir," said Valin. "We mean no harm in coming here. I know that we are an interesting combination of peoples, and I know of the wars between the elves and men in the past, and I do not mean an insult to those by our presence." The elf stared at Valin. "You're young to be a captain, which means I expect you to know little of actual war." "Age is no matter in this exchange," Evurn cut in. "War is the same regardless of the combatants. Respectfully, we seek passage to seek help for the dwarf." "Indeed," the elf said. "It just so happened that I was at the gate this morning. I am one of the High Guard and a member of the Royal Council. I see no issue letting the vessel, the sick dwarf, the captain, and the two females here, who I know possess some form of magical power, into our realm. It becomes more complicated when I have to deal with some of you others who are here. You see, We do not let anyone just walk into our lands. Doing so opens up your entire civilization for riffraff and other undesirable conditions. I am surprised the shadow elf came so close, not to mention this ranger." "You assume this man's a ranger," Kurla said. "The assumption of such a thing without knowing constitutes a lack of wisdom." Valin turned to see Fadis smirking. Kurla just stared at the elf. "Young woman, you do not speak to some trash of the race of men. You speak to Lord Relia of the High Guard. You no doubt may become more of a problem just like the rest of the crew. So I implore you, control yourself and stick close to your sickened dwarven friend. Here is what I decree this day that will not be changed. The elves always wish to help those who seek our assistance if it is deemed worthy of a cause. Normally, a dwarf would not be someone we would deem worthy, but seeing as this ancient ship does not just fall into the hands of any mere mortal, I will allow its captain, the sickened dwarf, and even the angry woman here, not to mention the other 2 women, passage into the Elven realm." Relia looked at the barkeep. "What is your purpose here?" "I am the father of that young woman with the dwarf, and at this time yesterday I was nothing more than a simple barkeep, but it seems I've been pulled into this adventure. I just wish to stay with my daughter." Relia nodded. "I see no deceit in your words. You are allowed passage." Relia looked at both Fadis and Evurn. "A shadow elf and a man of the Rangers will never be allowed passage into this realm as long as I guard these gates, but I am not particularly cruel. I will allow you to walk out the southern gates, down the mountain pass, and to a village of your own kind, at least referring to the Ranger." Valin stood, already preparing his protest, but Evurn touched him on the shoulder. "It is no different from what I expected, Valin. Take the dwarf and the others. We'll meet up with you in the future. Right now you must travel diligently to assure the dwarf gets treatment. As much as I would hate to admit it, the elves will not harm you. Relia here seems to be a most trustworthy individual." Relia nodded confidently, even though Valin could sense the sarcasm in Evern's words. Kurla and Burke lifted up the dwarf as 2 elves came into the atrium to assist them back toward the ship. Aviam, the Rusis, and Valin stared at both Fadis and Evurn. Though not, perhaps, the words that were needed at that exact moment, Relia insisted they get moving. "These regions are safe. You need not worry of a random enemy of the realms assailing you. The town to the south is a fine place for food, drink, and if necessary, a place to sleep for the night. But I do not feel that this dwarf will take long to heal, and as soon as he is healed, you and your companions will be reunited. There is a port within a town to the south, and I'll happily send your vessel and your friends that direction when it is time." No matter how it sounded, Valin did not like any of this. "This is not good," he said to Fadis and Evurn in a quiet tone so as to not allow Relia to hear him. "Do not worry of us," Fadis said. "No, do not worry about us. In a vast land such as these, there's more than one gateway no matter how well they claim they guard their realm," Evurn said solemnly. "2 separate paths." Fadis stared, standing with Evurn as their friends departed. The Isla sunrise began toward the gateway. Evurn was the first to turn away before Relia could even approach them. Fadis stared at Relia, who, aside from staring at them, had a hand on the sword at his hip. Fadis tried to search his memories to figure out if this was a man he had threatened before, but he had no particular name or event tied to this man's face. Fadis smirked, touching his hand to his own hilt and turning to follow Evurn. "Bastard high elves," Evurn growled as they followed the brick road away from the gateway. "This is why I do not care for the elves of the western lands. Proper, we are of the goddess Ether wastes of flesh." "You didn't expect them to actually let us in, did you?" Fadis teased. Evurn stared at Fadis. "Of course not. But if I had told the captain that bit of fact, he likely would have tried to figure out a different route. It is the simplest way to try to heal the dwarf, and while normally I would not care that much, I see it closer to the Stormborn's purpose to help that damn rogue and the dwarf than to decide who is worthy of being saved." Fadis nodded. The road ahead of them reached up, leading through a cut in the mountains. It was strangely adorned with flowers on the higher reaches of the cliffs. Normally, he would worry more of such mountain passes, but it seemed that this close to the Elven lands, it was appropriate to construct torches up in the cliffs to chase away any hint of darkness. They had reached the edge of the village the elf had told them about. Evurn looked at Fadis and shrugged. It was a small place. There were many storehouses and supply areas that were offloaded from the frequent traffic of large ships coming into the port. The road from the Elven lands descended through dense trees and led right up to the gates of this small village. Outside the village, they saw a man sitting with a spear. He wasn't a uniformed soldier or, even worse in their current state, a man from Taria, but he was a guard of some kind nonetheless. As it was, the man blocked their path with keen interest in the two strangers approaching the village from the Elven lands. The man stood up, and while he did not threaten them with his spear, he made it evident that he was holding it as he walked toward them, tapping the edges of the spear on the ground. "So, expelled from the Elven lands, and sent to cast your troubles upon my happy village." "No troubles," Evurn said, "but it seems you get a lot of traffic this way. We would much like to go into said Elven lands if you know another way." The man laughed out loud. "If the elves do not wish you to pass, and you return unwanted, you will be killed. I may not be the smartest person here, but at least I know you don't go missing where you're not welcome. I do get it. You have some quest or you wish for work, but do not bother in their affairs. I would suggest that you not delay in heading to the port if looking for a job. Just don't cause trouble in the happy village. We tend to manage ourselves, and we manage those who try to cause any problems. If you don't need work and instead you're looking for transportation elsewhere, I still recommend the port. There is a nice tavern in town, of course. All your needs can be met there, from fine ales, food, and lodging, to women and, of course, other lost souls like yourself drinking their sorrows away. We are a place of hard workers who do not like our home disrupted. We have good relations with the elves and seek to keep it that way." "We do not need your whores, but the tavern should have what we need. We'll be walking now," Evurn growled. The man stepped aside, allowing passage through the gateway, and Fadis looked over to see the man shaking his head. "Don't anger the elves. I told them. You told him. They get themselves killed. It's on them." There was clearly something wrong with that man. They passed the western gate of the village and followed the dirt road that led between several stretches of a residential front. Most of the people they saw were not families but workers of different kinds. Sailors, miners, and other poor types. The town itself was indeed not much to speak of. While there was an old temple dedicated to the god Kel, the village was simply that, a barren village meant to be no more than a stopping ground between two places. As they came to the city center and a large statue made to be of the likeness of the god of the temple, Evurn and Fadis looked toward support in the two-story building directly by the water. "You really think the best thing for us to do is to go to the tavern?" Fadis asked. "People of this village are nothing but simple workers, and I doubt any of those will be of use to us." "So, we actually haven't talked about this plan. You intend to break into the Elven lands?" Evurn glared at him. "Neither you nor Evium nor Valin knows much about me beyond what you have seen upon the glacial seas, and I'm not the type to be told I'm not going to go to a place. There is always a way in. The purest and tightest securities always have a way to be breached." "Yes, but when we are caught or make ourselves known, you think the elves will be very friendly to us?" "No," Evurn smiled. "That is why we do not make ourselves evident. We will keep an eye on them from afar within the Elven lands. The truth is, there's a strange presence about these lands, a darkness I have not felt since I was in my homelands. Though the war between men and elves is a stalemate and over, by what you said, I sense something beyond that. The king is a vile man, I get that. In fact, I kind of like a vile man. But this king is foolish. I do not know when people will finally figure out that there are greater evils than each other. It doesn't matter. If we can find someone, reputable or not, going toward the Elven lands, I am confident I can get us in. From there, perhaps we can even find your son. You said we were coming here to look for him, and healing the dwarf became a secondary issue. Perhaps they should just leave him to die. They began to walk toward the tavern. They got a few strange stares. It was not uncommon to see many travelers from the Far East and the South and the deserts walking about the streets. They reached a tavern door. Fadis looked out at the port and to the many strange ships docked there. "If you are content waiting for Valin to return, simply say so," Evurn said. "But I do not believe things will go so simply as even the elves assume. That dwarf was struck by some form of Dwemhar magic, or so I can sense. It is a rare magic and, unlike typical poisons and toxins of the world, not simply cured by the wonders of elvish medicine. There is a significant difference in the chemicals needed for poisons of the Dwemhar variety. I know poisons and I know symptoms. The elves are not going to be of any help to the dwarf, but in the immaturity of our crew, they will do everything they can to try to heal him. Perhaps they will be successful in some regard, but the elves are more for killing dwarves than saving them. I cannot say for sure, but when I stood upon the northern reach of Taria, there was a vibration in the land. We do need to be here, but not to save some random dwarf. I'm telling you, I sense something." Fadis stared at him. Of all their adventures thus far, he had not seen Evurn quite so serious as he was now, while at the same time so annoyed by the High Elves. If he didn't know Evurn better, he would assume the Shadow Elf was afraid. "Stop trying to read me. You're not Dwemhar. Now let's get a drink." They entered the tavern and were met by the smell of spiced fish and the sound of music coming from a young man with an elven pipe. This was the first person to see them, but he quickly averted his eyes and returned to playing his instrument. Two barkeeps were ahead, both women. One seemed to be an elf from the looks of her, but she had dark hair, while most of the elves of this region had lighter hair. The other female was not an elf, but instead was of the race of men. She was the first of the two of them to scan both Evurn and Fadis. "An elf from afar, and a man of the Rangers from the look of your bow." Evurn and Fadis took seats at the bar. The bar top itself appeared to be some form of polished stone with shells of the ocean stuck to the top of it. Ahead of them all, there were many bottles of wine laying in resting racks, and mounted above the bottles was the skeleton of a large sea creature that Fadis did not recognize. "You two seem to be elven rejects from the look of you," the elven barmaid said. "For now," the shadow elf said, "I like a dark wine, and if you have any form of fruit, that would be nice as well." "And you, Ranger?" the first woman asked. "Allez, and some of that spicy fish I smell, please." As the barkeeps tended to them, Fadis scanned the room for the many other strangers there. Everyone kept to themselves, muttering at such a level that it was difficult to hear any actual words beyond the sound of the elven pipe playing in the corner. "So you think I'm a ranger?" She nodded. "Well, yes. Most men to come through here with weaponry are not anything but. For a while we had rangers coming by sea and moving down to the south, the riverland regions near Richt, but for the most part, we get the occasional travelers coming from the grasslands to the far east, beyond the elven woods, but most of them seem to be elves. It is rare to see a man such as yourself here." Fadis smiled and Evurn grumbled. "We do not need any of that. Now, where might I find others like us who were denied entrance to the elven lands?" "Why?" the elven barkeep asked. "I have my own reasons. We have business with the elves. Now, I assume the man guarding the northern gate is the only type of security you have here, so I should be able to find what we seek in this tavern. This is my place, Shadow Elf. I know your types and the types you're looking for. I do not ask questions, for there are many who wish to hide or stay away from the authority of law within these borders. You don't know me, but understand that these are my people. We do not take kindly to any who would threaten the sanctity of our place. I remember when the great temple outside these doors was filled with the worshippers of the great god of war. I remember in the ancient times when this place bustled with those of magic, but alas, it was destroyed by people asking questions and people like me giving answers. Now, if you can enjoy your food and drink and wait till the evening, as one shadow elf to another, I know someone who can help you. He is one who secures product from places not easily reached and brings it to other places. A smuggler to some, but he is late. Lately, that is not something too uncommon, though. The seas have become more violent and risky as of late. But he would like those such as yourselves as part of his group. I know he's been dealing increasingly with those of Taria, but there's not much money to be made in supporting the king. It seems a new war will begin soon, or so the seagulls have been talking. If he agrees to it, he can help you however you might be helped, but I would not sneak into those elven lands, shadow elf or not. Evurn stared at this woman claiming to be a shadow elf as Fadis looked at him to try to gauge his feelings for this woman's words. Evurn leaned over the bar, and a tinge of red magic leaped from his eyes and into the eyes of the woman. He quickly sat back away from her. "I see. You and I are the same," he said. "The same in some ways." "You have felt the awakening, then? That is why you're helping us. I have not sensed a feeling such as this since I was in the East, but now I feel it as if it is literally upon us. Have these lands had such troubles as I sense in their times?" Some whispers. The elves dealt with demon men pulled from the earth by blood magic, unlike necromancy, which is what I would expect. These once living men were enraged, and vampire lords sent them against the elves. A treaty was made between the elves and the blood drinkers, but I have never heard the terms. Some time ago, I heard the rumor of an awakening that was put down by, well, 2 rangers such as yourself and elves. I understand that a cult tried to awaken a vampire queen, and this is one of many occasions of such, or so the rumors have been. If you feel it, then I know I am not losing what bit of sanity remains in my mind. Shadow calls, my brother. I see you do not still wield blades in plain sight, which makes me wonder how much of you remains. Evurn stood up from the bar and chugged his wine. I still am of the shadows, and that is no regard of yours. There are other schools of magic that I have excelled in beyond that which we were taught. Fadis stared at Evurn, unsure of what to think of this new demeanor the shadow elf had. There was a dark presence about the both of them. As Fadis broke his stare and glanced over at the female human, he noticed that her hand was upon a dagger. The elven barkeep motioned for her to stop. "You may rest upstairs, elf," she said to Evurn, "or outside if you wish. There's a dock with an area you can sit. Night will be upon us soon, and I suspect he will return." She then looked past Evurn to the other patrons in the tavern. Fadis went for his sword, seeing that everyone else in the tavern had their hands on weapons of many types. The elven barkeep shook her head and cursed. "Damn it. Such time may come, my friends, when we must unite together with the strangers like this who are like us, whether they'd like to admit it or not. Rest and have another damn drink." The shuffling of chairs as the patrons sat back down was drowned out by the flute playing once again. As Evurn walked toward a back door and out of the tavern, Fadis quickly followed, but then noticed the person playing the flute had stopped and seemed to be gathering his belongings. Exiting through the rear door, they came to a large harbor break wall meant to keep the storms from the sea from rocking the tavern itself. Evurn was already well ahead, moving toward a battered lighthouse at the far end. As the sun was setting in the west, casting reds and oranges across what was a light blue sky, The shadow elf reached into his robes and pulled out a pipe, along with what appeared to be a new pack of tobacco. "I did not see you purchase tobacco." Evurn finished packing his pipe and used the staff with the tobacco. "That is because even though your skills, the bow and sword, are above that of your race, you are still blinded to some movements." Fadis tried to recall when Evurn had actually grabbed tobacco, but literally could not remember. "I got it before we left Corson," Evurn said with a slight laugh to his tone. Evurn sighed as he stared out over the ocean. "What is it?" Fadis asked. "It is nothing I care to talk to you about." "No offense, my friend. I will say that I'm surprised to find another such as me from the east here in the far west. It was shocking. Since she has left our lands, she is like me. If any of our kind came for me, that does not trouble me, for I can deal with them. My lands are much different from these. You find my custom of eating any race to be strange, but over there, it is not so strange. Our version of the gods are a bit different, and though I do not feel any organized version of the gods to be correct, I do not believe as my people do that the gods require sacrifices. But I am a shadow elf, Fadis. In time, perhaps all embrace that way again, but in the short term, I worry about what comes to these lands. My people learn to control it. We could control that which most know by the term vampire. If a cult experimenting with blood magic and turning those once dead into accursed creatures the elves could not destroy, or more so bargain with, exists, these lands are at risk." Evurn took a seat on one of the rocks. Glancing over at the ocean, he saw a dolphin of some kind breach the water and quickly dive back down, chasing fish. "I fought the elves. There was an absolute respect between us as warriors. The elves knew we were not of the king, and were more so those who defended the woods. We are friends, and many of them before and after the war left, so I cannot say how the relations were. But I know some of elven magic. They are a powerful race capable of much on their own. I truly worry about anything the elves struggle to defeat, and that you, Evurn, are fearful of." Fadis was going to say more when he heard footfalls on the stones behind Evurn. He stood up and went for his blade. The flute player he had seen just before had snuck up on them. "That is a good way to get yourself killed, boy," Evurn said. "Leave us, go home or back to the tavern," Fadis said. "The barkeep seems to like having you in the tavern, and I suggest you stay there. Do not bother us." "She does, but I can't do what I want to. They watched out for me for some time. Not many younger people come this way, or at least those near my age." Fadis looked at the boy. He wasn't that young. There was an air of maturity about him that he felt abnormal, but then the boy seemed to smile and nod. Fadis then tried to imagine what his son might look like, but it was a fleeting thought. There were some kids once, at least one boy. He normally came with the elves. Fadis immediately looked at the boy before him, staring at him, trying to guess what his age was. A boy with the elves? Who is he or where is he? The boy before him was likely in his teens or early 20s. The boy stared at him, running his fingers over the elven flute in his hand. "I don't know. He came for a few years and back when the elves would come to this place and pay homage at the temple, but I always assumed he was from the east and wealthy, spending time with the elves to learn their culture. He never really told me too much about his personal life, but it was nice to know someone else. My father and mother both died in a storm out at sea, returning the supplies for the village during the winter a few years ago. Ever since, I've been thankful that the tavern elf looks after me. I play music so the patrons will have some comfort with the drink." Evurn looked at the boy. "You play music to block out the sounds of discussion, boy. You actually expect us to believe that story?" "Forgive my friend. Our journey has taken an unsuspecting turn. He is a bit upset at the moment." The boy bowed. "I should not have followed you. I'm sorry. I understand that the barkeep may be arranging for you to perhaps get to the elves. She is a very nice woman, the elf and the other one. Good luck to you, both of you. I'm sorry I don't know more of the boy we talked about before." Fadis nodded with a slight smile. "It is fine. Hopefully the elves can actually help me find him. Are they who gave you the flute?" "They did. A gift once the horrible winter of a few years ago stopped, and it was clear my parents were not to return. I enjoy the music that I can make with it. Good luck to both of you. Your friend there is keen," he said, looking to Evurn. The boy turned away quickly and went back to the tavern. Fadis sighed. Regardless of the flute player's story, there was a chance his son was still alive. He knew he'd have to wait to be sure, but a glimmer of hope grew in his mind. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Valin steered the Aela sunrise away from the shore. He looked back, seeing both Fadis and Evurn walking away. It was a strange feeling leaving part of his crew and taking 3 people, who only a day ago he did not even know, to their hopeful salvation. "I understand the Elven rules, but this is frustrating," Valin said. Evurn patted his back. "I understand your frustrations, but I knew for sure that Evurn would not be allowed passage. While there are some things that Shadow Elves and Woodland Elves can agree on, I assure you during times of relative peace such as this, those things do not matter. And for Fadis, we all know he had a history here. I'm not sure why he thought he could just walk in the Elven lands, claiming he had a son." Kurla approached the helm as she carefully glanced at the narrowing hills around them. "Our dealings with the Elves in the past few years have improved, but there is much old blood and feuds that have not been settled. In my time, I heard of the rumors of the Rangers who stole the Elvish bow, but most of us believed him to be dead. Some would say he was a spark for the other Rangers of the North to fully rebel against the King of Taria, but I do not know. I have heard much of Rangers, of their valiant deeds, and their less amicable ones." "Are you not a rogue, if I understand correctly?" Evurn asked. "Does that not mean that you steal, sneak, and otherwise live by your own rules as it is?" She nodded her reply. "That is true. I have had many friends within the Rangers, but I myself never have the silliest tendencies to stand when outnumbered. It's not how my type of companion survives." Valin nodded. "When I first met Fadis, I wasn't sure what to think of it, but he has proved his loyalty to the ship and myself many times. We were more than a bit surprised to find the number of Rusis now running about Taria. Those of Rus's blood are extremely rare, especially in large numbers." "According to my father over there," Kurla said, nodding toward her father, "I have Rus's blood, but I've never sensed it. He was able to use some magic at one point, in the caves directly after Riller was injured, but beyond that, I've never seen him use magic." Evurn looked at the many Elven ships now guiding the Aela sunrise in. "I suggest we just keep our powers to ourselves in these lands, but I do believe this region has a few secrets. I have seen drawings of a place in this region, an old Dwemhar city, but I do not remember the trees like these." There was a whoosh and a popping sound behind them. "That is because in those times there were no trees like these." Valin, Evurn, and the Kurla jumped up and turned to see the elf from before, Relia, standing on the deck of the ship. Though all of them had the initial intention to defend themselves, the elf simply smiled and opened his arms. "I guess I should not be surprised that you were not afraid of my sudden appearance. I do thank you for not using your Rusi's powers against me. These regions are guarded by more than just Elven arrows. As you, Evurn, correctly pointed out, I can confirm that while the city of the Dwemhar that was once here was destroyed, many aspects of it remain. Before the ascension of the Grand Race, they gifted this region to us. They decreed that we blend our technology with theirs, which meant though we are not as powerful as they were, our normal defenses and construction abilities are far beyond that of most. The many other ships sailing alongside them slowly went off in other directions as they came to a large port with high walls and bright blue towers with crystals like light flashing slightly as they approached. Valin attempted to guide the ship on his own, but it seemed that the Aela sunrise was being pulled directly against the docks. Suddenly, behind him, the many crystals that powered the ship that normally had to be recharged in the light of the moon suddenly lifted and began to spin in a slow motion. The ship drifted toward the side, and like the few regions of the glacial seas with the ancient ports, the ship came to rest, much to the surprise and bewilderment of the onlooking elves on the docks. Relia laughed. "Wonderful. Truly, this is a Dwemhar vessel. One of the only remaining aspects of the Dwemhar city that stood here before is the actual port. It seems that it senses your ship, but I do bid you a fair warning before we disembark." Those aboard the Aela Sunrise quickly gathered around. "There are many powers here, many of higher studies of magic than myself, and though my abilities are more attuned to it in an extremely tactical sense, there are those who have seen doom upon our grand city and the woods of our people in general. Though I believe these defenses will hold against any onslaught, as they have for thousands of years against all manners of beasts, elves, man, and dwarves alike. We have a long-forged ceasefire with the dwarves in this region. We do not care to believe that any would come against us now, seeing as we have the mutual enemy in the vampires in this area, but even they have been slumbering. Though some would say our foresight has been lost, and the oracles of the elves are simply grasping at visions, the sight of a Dwemhar vessel or any of the Dwemhar lines would be seen as potential doom." "That is particularly dark," Valin said. "I'm Stormborn. So far, that of darkness has been averted by the work of myself and my crew. Yes, there were rumors of something beyond what we dealt with coming, but it is some time from now, and I know nothing of the threat to your city. My crew and I will be no threat. Even those you would not allow passage are not loyal to whatever held them before." Relia smiled smugly. "Of course, but I do know the one who claims he has a son here. No one can claim a son who has not been a father to one. The elves took in a young orphan boy so many years ago. He is one of our proudest, and he is part of the city and my people. Though we will see to your dwarf and to any provisions you and your crew need for a time, I cannot allow one to come in who would seek to tear apart the fabric of our civilization by ripping one of our own from the trees. I do not know what you know of elves, Valin, but like all the trees, grasses, flowers, and all living things work in harmony, so does our civilization. If one of us is plucked, the rest of the woods feels it and mourns. Take peace in knowing that you are welcome here, and that your friends whom I sent away will be safe in the village along the coast. The villages are watched by those of my guild, and will not be in any danger by any who would seek to do harm to your friends. Now I will take you into our city, and to our great king. You are within the grand woods of Varmark and the city of Sailmark. Our king has been advised as to your arrival, and wishes to speak with you within our grand tower. I leave you to attend to my own duties. Simply walk to the gates to your right," he said, gesturing with an open hand, "and follow the road to the tower at its end. Please do not wander around, for while you are a welcome guest, you have not gained the privilege to move about the city freely. Remember, we of the shadows are watching." In a flash of green magic that left a few green leaves on the deck of the Aela Sunrise, the elf vanished. "Strange magic," Kurla said. Bry nodded. "Let's go. Hopefully they can heal the dwarf and we can be on our way to pick up the rest of our crew. As welcoming as the elf is, I cannot help but see you have a very narrow view of outsiders." "I agree on some aspects of that, especially knowing the history of this region. I do not know the intricacies of what stopped the wars against the vampires, but had they not been stopped, I cannot say for sure what would have happened to the city regardless of its technology or magic." Valin worked with Burke to move the dwarf onto the makeshift pallet, and carry him off the ship. Avium and Kurla led from the front, while Bry walked beside Valrin. The city of the Elves would indeed be a strange place. Part 3. Night Journey. It had been some time since the sunset. Fadis had thought to return to the tavern itself and have another drink, but then the entire time, Evurn simply just stared out across the horizon in the darkness of the night upon them. He wasn't sure what his companion was thinking about. Evurn did not seem to be in the mood to speak any further of it. The wind shifted and began to blow from the north. With a slight howl to the wind, the cold air was about to chase Fadis back to the tavern when Evurn stood up and pointed. "A ship of a strange design, sleek, low to the water. This is a ship of the south, meant to be fast. That is the smuggler the elf at the tavern mentioned. We shall return to the tavern. I am interested to see what this man says." Fadis followed Evurn back the way they had come, and entering the rear door of the tavern, they noticed that while they expected the tavern to be filled still with patrons, everyone had cleared out. Everyone except the 2 barkeeps. They were busy setting a table and barely looked up at Fadis and Evurn when they entered. As Fadis and Evurn were continuously ignored, the elven barkeep went to the rear door and opened it. "They are here." Both Evurn and Fadis continued to stand in the same spot. They were never beckoned over to the table. "Here, sit," the elven woman said. "You will meet with the captain and his partner. I do bid you be respectful." After a few moments of silence of the barkeep simply going between the bar and the table with an assortment of different foods, the door opened to the side, and in walked 2 figures. One was a tall and lanky man with a large beard. The second, much to the sudden distaste of both Fadis and Evurn, was a dwarf. "The last time I came home and found 2 strangers in the tavern, I was taken on a crazy whale chase to the north," the dwarf said. "Darling," the woman said. The human barkeep ran to the dwarf and embraced him. An odd couple, at least Fadis thought for the moment. He then remembered that her companionship was most likely just another service of the tavern. As the dwarf and the tall, lanky man sat at the table, Fadis and Evurn took their seats as well. "So, 2 more strangers in the tavern means you most likely need something beyond what the ladies here provide. I'd have you know, there are some things not even I can provide." The stoic dwarf stared at them and cracked a small smile before busting out laughing. "Come now, that was funny." The elven barkeep served them roasted fish along with a berry preserve and several bits of tough toast. "So, with that little shipment complete, we now have another contact for this very gentleman at a much better price that is able to get with the traders at Seer. Those sellouts will sell their very island if the price is good enough, but I'll take the fresher berries. I will make a fortune with that with these elves." "You have contacts with the elves?" Evurn asked. "Indeed I do. I'm one of the few allowed passage to the elven lands. They have had issues, to say the least. Demon men, creatures that those immortal types are scared of. Most of their shipping to the east was disrupted. That was when they opened trade to us in the western parts. Before, they had avoided the town for some time, which was when most of the normal types of civilization left. But this is a deep water port. We're able to get a lot of supplies here. Those like me and some of the ships under me then move said supplies to other places and sell them for quite a bit of profit. Our vessels were created by the Dreen in the deserts to the south. They like some of the cold water fish you can find on the northern coast of Taria. Basically, you can just call me the man who gets what you want. So the question is now, what do you want?" "The elves," Evurn said. "Aside from their archers in the trees, they have other defenses, correct?" "Of course. Elven purification stones set up around the borders of the lands. The demon men were a thorn for them for some time, but thankfully it seems that most of them have been purified and wander the lands to the east of the elven forest, scraping up whatever they can with other creatures like themselves." The dwarf leaned across the table, staring at Evurn. "If you think you can sneak in, you better have some magic beyond what I believe you can have. Perhaps I can open a dialogue with the elves, and then they will let you in." "No, they won't," the elven barkeep said. "He is as me, and the high elves of the woods will not allow him passage." "Then what do you want? If they will not let you in, they will not let you in. It's foolish to think otherwise and dangerous. The mountains that border the southern gates that I use are particularly notorious for other smugglers. If you were to fall into trouble with the elves, you have no friends among those within the mountains. It would simply kill you for what you have on your backs and dispose of your bodies. It is the way of the lands now." Evurn slurped his drink and stared over at Fadis. "Do not worry of me and Fadis here. If you can simply distract the elves for some time, I can get us within the realm. I will not need your help beyond to get us into the woods. I have spells capable of hiding us from obvious view, even from elven eyes." "What do you charge?" Fadis asked. "Your presence will be enough. I lost many men in my journey to the south. I was wondering if there would be any strong types willing to make the risky journey through the mountain pass toward the elven lands. For the most part, your presence will not require any fighting. Unless the other smuggling groups are feeling particularly zealous, they will simply see you and ignore us. I will finish my meal, and we can begin that direction. The elves expect a shipment within the next 2 days. Going early for whatever reason that you need to get there is no big deal to me. It means I do not have to worry of someone stealing my supplies off the dock." "Quite a strange little town you have here, considering all the same sorts steal from each other. Is there no code between thieves and smugglers? Keep what is yours, take what isn't, and unify when any bastard kingdom tries to eliminate you and your way of life. Us smuggler types? We can be angrier than 2 narwhals in a cesspool. But trying to get us into honest work in the eyes of kings is where you will have problems." The dwarf looked over to the elven woman. "Speaking of, if you know anyone needing to sail to the south, my vessel has quite a few openings. We barely got back this time. I believe most my crew will disappear after this night, considering they don't like to take risks such as I." "I will. That is, if you can bring a few barrels of that elven mead back with you." The dwarf laughed, slapping his tall and slender friend. "You know I can. Isn't that right, my silent companion?" The man smiled, did not speak. "This is Sama," the dwarf said. "He made the mistake of giving out his last master, and his tongue was removed for it. He is faithful now. If he said and decided not to be, he would lose something quite a bit more viable, I think," the dwarf said, laughing even more exuberantly now. "Shipment for the elves is being loaded as we speak. Though I did not expect to leave quite so soon, we may as well go now. I expect any other smugglers who might be watching the route tonight to be well into their drinks as it is. Ideally, we will not have any issues, and you both will use whatever wizard magic you have, and we'll both get exactly what we want." They stood from the table, and both Evurn and Fadis headed out of the tavern. Fadis noticed that Evurn was smoking again. "I can't help but think you're nervous, my dear shadow elf," Fadis said. "It is beyond you, Ranger. Do not worry about it." That time, the dwarf and Sama came out. "I realized I forgot to even tell you my name. You can call me Markal. It's simple, 2 syllables, and straightforward." Markal led them away from the tavern, past the center of the circular portion of the village. Continuing, they came to a large area with several storehouses and a horse-drawn carriage outside. One of the men ran up to Markal. "Your shipment is ready, sir." "Very good. Please have the shipwrights take a look at my ship. We took quite a bit of fire down the southern seas. Also, I'll be looking for more crew." "Rumor says it's always risky sailing with Markal, but I will put out a few leads." The dwarf nodded and climbed up onto the carriage. Fadis and Evurn joined him, sitting on a long seat. The dwarf motioned for Fadis to move to the back. "Keep that bow of yours on your lap. If trouble comes, send a few arrows their way." Fadis struggled to climb over the large box right up against the back of the bench, but then dropped down to a slightly lower level of the large cart. There were stacks upon stacks of small green fish and strange red vegetables. "What is all this?" he asked the dwarf. The elves like the southern sardines quite a bit. The red vegetables you see are a type of root, also highly prized by the elves. While the woods provide much in the sense of both vegetation and animal meat, these sardines do not care for the colder waters of the north like many of their brethren, but I am told have a slightly spicy, oily flavor. The vegetables themselves serve two purposes, both as food and as a powerful ingredient in healing potions. I have been bringing them these supplies ever since they began trading with us. But I'm one of the few they do actually trade with. It is why we clear out the tavern to keep things quiet. Aside from the elves who keep their own spies in the village, my competitors are always looking for a way to intervene in my success. I'm a popular dwarf. The dwarf snapped the reins, and the horses began trotting. Evurn sat with his staff in his lap, looking at the dark buildings around them. As they out the gate to east of the village, they began to ascend the mountain road, a sharp incline taking them high above the village with the woods to the left and sheer rock to the right. The road itself curved around the mountain, and though they had a small torch on the cart itself, it provided very little light. Fadis shifted several times, keeping watch on the rocks above, knowing that such places would make a good spot for an ambush, but not seeing anything beyond the sheer rock. He had actually never been this far west, even as a ranger. While he knew there were Elven settlements all over this region, he was surprised by the wild and potentially lawless lands outside the Elven lands. They reached the point where the road turned and went through a spot flanked on either side by the high cliffs. My brethren were the first to come into the mountains. They cleared these roads and made it so that travelers could go to deeper mountains. I would be lying if I told you they were not upset that the elves do not allow them here any longer. Elves are pretentious people, Evurn said. The dwarf stared at him. A strange statement from an elf. I'm not an elf as you might think. How far are we from the Elven lands? Not too far, to be honest. More dangerous regions are where we are and up the road a bit. Once we're past that, whatever spell you're going to do to hide would be a good idea. The elves can see from quite far away, and anything deemed suspicious will be cut down well before. The elves do not typically negotiate with those who come with anything but pure intentions. Fadis stared at the cliffs above. He spotted the remnants of fire marks and shelter on the rocky cliffs. This was an area that had seen visitors recently. He placed an arrow to his string. As the road curved, his attention went to the many high places above and the shadowy darkness that was making the journey much more frightful. At first, the dwarf seemed to be quickening their pace. Moving to the darkness was something Fadis approved of, and he seemed to relax for a moment. The cart suddenly stopped. Fadis turned to see Evurn disembarking, his staff alight with orange magic. Fadis pulled an arrow to cheek, making a quick scan of their surroundings and moving off the back of the cart, jumping to the ground and moving to the opposite side where Evurn was. It was then he saw the reason for the sudden pause. Bodies. These men have not been dead for long, Evurn said. Fadis knelt, checking injuries along their necks. I see no elven arrows. Unless the elves got close, the elves did not kill these men. Perhaps it was a raid gone wrong. Markal looked around. Perhaps, but the raiders would not leave the bodies of their fallen comrades, and I see no spilled supplies or signs that another traveler with supplies was coming through here. Well, we should not stay here. We need to get close to the Elven lands as quickly as possible. Evurn and Fadis worked to move the bodies out of the way of the cart and quickly got back to their seats. Markal snapped the reins, and they were moving again. The road began to spin downward as they moved from the actual mountain pass and down to the valley below. Their pace was quick, potentially a bit too quick and unsafe, as a cart nearly veered off the side of the road itself, which would have tumbled them down the side of the mountain. "Whatever you plan to do, wizard," Markal said to Evurn, "you should do it. The woods you see are on the edge of the Elven lands." Evurn climbed from the bench seat into the back of the cart. "So what is the actual plan?" Fadis asked. "I would tell you, Ranger, but I do not think you will like it. Do you prefer vegetable or fish?" "I'm not that hungry, but if I was fish." Evurn smiled. "Very good, then." The shadow elf moved his staff against the ranger's head, and in a flash, the ranger felt himself suddenly on his side, and a massive Evurn looked down at him. Fadis could not move. It seemed that his body was paralyzed, and he wondered why Evurn was so large. "I will set you with the fish, seeing as you look just as them now." Fadis knew he could look around, and he couldn't move his arms and legs. When Evurn released his tiny form, he was surrounded by the sardines. "Did that bastard elf turn me into a fish?" Evurn went out of sight for a moment. "Markal, I will join my companion in the sardines. Just make sure we don't get fed to a large fish or something. By the time you reach the Elven city, we will depart from your cart. Just do not stop moving." Fadis looked up and suddenly saw the massive form of the shadow elf standing above him. Fadis could only see out of one eye, considering his other eye was against a fish brother, as it were. A small flash of magic, and Evurn fell out of sight. "I'm just behind you, Fadis. Do not fear. The effect is temporary, but will make it to where the elves would never suspect us." "And your staff?" "As a simple hook in my side." Fadis questioned what exactly that meant. Though he was currently spending time as a sardine, he did notice that in the middle of the night he could still see all the bright stars. But that would soon change. The leaves of the high trees hung over their path, and he noticed fairies dancing in the branches high above. Just a few moments later, he heard the trots of approaching horses. He did not expect the elves to actually use horses within their own trees, seeing as it would probably be easier for an elf to move in the higher branches versus using an animal within the woods. At least with this disguise, the elves would not expect a thing. "What is this about?" Markal shouted out. "I have nothing you want. Vegetables and fish. You know you are on Elven lands. They will not allow this." Another voice spoke. "A dwarf. Perfect. That last group didn't have a dwarf, but the king will be happened we found this one. He has been looking for a lone dwarf, away from others, away from witnesses. Quickly, with the elven arrows." "No!" Markal shouted. There was screaming. Markal wailed. Fadis went to move, but in his current state he could not. He expected Evurn to do something, but the shadow elf did not. He could hear the dwarf gasping. Another, at least two more of them. He heard twangs of bowstrings, and Markal's gasping ceased. "Quickly," the original voice said. "We can add this dwarf to our quarry, but we must hurry. The elves will be upon us quickly." "What of the supplies?" another voice asked. Fadis suddenly saw a face coming into view. It was a man. He was actually dressed as a ranger, but it was no one he had known. Suddenly, Fadis saw only trees and stars as he tumbled uncontrollably. He struck the ground, wincing from pain in his gill. Several other sardines had landed on top of him, blocking his view but for a crack. He could see the men were ransacking the supplies. "There is nothing of value here." Horns sounded in the woods. A second horn soon followed, and it was clear that it was much closer. "The elves! The elves! Go! Go!" they shouted. The men jumped on their horses and fled. Suddenly, Fadis felt himself growing in size, the tiny sardines dropping off his body as a blast of magic struck one of the horses. Fadis saw his bow was still in his hand, the same as it had been when he transformed down to a fish. Pulling an arrow to cheek, he looked down his arrow at one of the horsemen. Evurn pulled him down, and he just managed to keep from inadvertently releasing his arrow. "Stay hidden. The elves approach." For now, They were veiled in thick underbrush. A few seconds passed, and several elves moved along the roadway, their bows bent. One of the elves ran atop the cart and reached down, noticing the blood. The elf drew his blade and pointed down the road. "Chase them down!" "Halt!" another voice said. Fadis watched this new figure with several other elves run up to the cart and check the wares within it. "It is the dwarf Markel. We were expecting shipments. He must have been attacked. More concerning, they killed the dwarf, took his body, and left the supplies. I would assume these were thieves, but what was stolen? Who actually did this?" "Who else? Do you think it was men of Taria?" "I do. There were 2 others here earlier today. They were waiting on him, and I expected them to try to sneak in. Perhaps they attacked him?" The man walked around the cart and scanned the woods around them. Another elf approached from the roadway, brandishing a staff. "Archon, you must set an additional watch along the road. I have reason to believe there is at least 1 elf and 1 man somewhere around here." "Is that why you keep going down to the tavern to play your damn flute?" one of the elves asked with a teasing tone. "You know how it is. Plus, I am the only one of you who will actually scout beyond these woods." "That is the ranger in you. Elves stay with what they know." The man laughed, and at this moment, Fadis caught a shot of his face. It was the boy from the tavern, the one who played the flute. The boy was no doubt an elvish spy. "We return to the city. The Stormborn and the others will be curious about this information." "You plan to tell them? Do you actually trust them?" The man laughed again. "They do not mean us any harm. The fact that I know my father is the man I met back in the tavern doesn't do much to encourage me to formally meet him. But if the stories I heard about him when I was little were true, he is watching us right now." Fadis felt a sudden stab in his chest, not literal, but emotional. This was his son, as much like him as possible, having been raised by the elves, and to be a man of the woods himself, he had little respect for the race of men. Not that he blamed his son for that, or that he disagreed. To his son, he seemed to be nothing but a laughing joke. As the majority of the elves quickly retreated to the city, the lone Archon began to cast a spell. "Let's go now," Evurn whispered. Fadis felt extreme weakness across his body, his mind flowing with thoughts as he recounted the events to save his son the many years ago. The thoughts of regret, remorse, and stark sadness he had forced down gathered in his chest. "You can be depressed later, Ranger. We need to go now." Fadis slowly backed up, following the shadow elf as he moved to the bushes with the typical elvish haste and silent footfall. Whatever the Archon was summoning spurred Evurn to flee. They were moving to the north, not actually out of Elven lands yet, but away from the city center. There was a small flash in the woods behind them, and Fadis turned to see multiple white orbs glowing brightly and moving through the woods. "They will alert the elves! Run!" Evurn shouted. Fadis sprinted, attempting to catch up. The shadow elf jumped up within the trees and began moving on the upper branches. Fadis was not quite capable of that level of agility, but he made a point to sprint harder, keeping a close eye for any other traps or archers hiding in the trees. They came to another road. This one was within sight of a large blue and white tower. There was a horn call, and Fadis knew someone had spotted them. Evurn turned at just the same time that Fadis heard a swishing sound of the wind. The shadow elf created a ward of fire to their left. Several bright sparks followed as the elven arrows gave way to the blast of magic. "Into the caves! Into the caves!" Fadis had not seen any caves, but turning to their right, he noticed there was a jutting mountain of rock in the distance. He still didn't see any caves, though. He wondered if Evurn was seeing things. As Evurn continued to block spells with his magic while running backward, Fadis spotted the dark outline of a cave in the mountain ahead. He wasn't too keen on running into a random dark cave, but seeing as their elven pursuers were likely not going to want to speak with them at this point, He ran for the dark cave, just to fall down a hole the moment he crossed into the darkness. He was sliding down a chute of rock and soil, safe now from elven arrows or magic. He wondered what lair or place he would end up, or if they would simply now be trapped. His descent seemed to slow as the cave system leveled out, and he could hear the distinct sound of rushing water. A moment later, he splashed deep into a dark pool. Kicking upward and pulling to get up to the surface, he looked above him to see Evurn's glowing staff falling out with the tumbling shadow elf just behind it. He swam to the shore and pulled himself up, with splashing just behind him. The light from Evurn's torch was their only light here. They both struggled to catch their breath, staring down at the smooth pebbles of the cave floor. Fadis and Evurn looked around at their surroundings. Though they had escaped the elves, they potentially were in a much worse situation. Moving out of the water, crunching up the pebble shoreline, Fadis looked all around them as Evurn's staff began to glow brighter, providing much-needed light to the dark caves. I have to assume this is no mere natural cave. At least at some point, someone or something must have used this cave, Evurn said. We can hope. Evurn was the first to notice that there was indeed a stone staircase that led up and out of the lower portion of the cave into a system of wooden bridges. They went up, crossing a wooden bridge and walking over several broken-down wooden carts where it was now evident they were in a mine of some kind, though whether it was dwarven, elven, or used by men, they were unsure, considering how broken down the carts were. We found your son, Evurn stated. Fadis said nothing as he moved ahead of the shadow elf, attempting to ignore the conversation as it was right now. Come now, Ranger. I need your mind sharp and your wit intact. We are alone. Speak. Before, the fact he was your son had left you in a state of shock. I know there much still upon your mind. He was raised by the elves, possibly told stories of you, but nothing else. You cannot expect him to have that much respect for the race of men growing up with elves, such as these especially. He can take care of himself, and in this world, that alone is an ideal factor. Yes, he is a spy for the elves, but what do you expect? I don't know what I expect. I had hoped they would teach him the ways of peace or something. I didn't expect the boy to become a ranger. Evurn chuckled. The boy is no ranger. He's an elven scout. There is a bit of a difference. What did you think leaving the boy would assure he would never have a life like yours? The way I see it, whether you would like to admit it or not, he's probably more like you than even you want to know. Though, he could probably shoot better than you with that bow. Is that supposed to make me feel better? Evurn ignored him and sighed, amused by his own stab of a joke. Taking another, larger path, they again walked upward through stone stairs into an area that actually had a small splash of torchlight. Indeed, we are not alone in this place, but I would be surprised to find elves here. We've been moving on an eastern trek through the cave system overall. We are probably not too far from the main roads, but this no doubt is a hideout for someone. Perhaps we can find our dear dwarf Markal. Fadis put his bow on his back and drew his sword. Perhaps those are men from Taria. Why in all the gods they would be here I cannot imagine, but attacking random dwarves and supply caravans and not taking supplies does not sound very wise. Evurn stopped at the intersection of the caves and used his staff, shining light in each direction, before finally taking the one that went further up. It depends on what you believe their purpose was, Evurn told him. It would be no surprise for Taria to move again against the elves, but perhaps they're trying to get allies. They made a point to specify to shoot the dwarf with elvish arrows. What more of a way to start a war than to take a dwarf that they tried to save from the elves to the dwarves in the east, and then the dwarves to deduce from everything that the race of men and dwarves should come together to deal with the greater evil of the elves? It seems that the king of Taria is not only attempting to sway favor to another war, but also to gain allies. The king needs to catch an arrow himself, Fadis grumbled. Shadow elves prefer to use blades, but you can do whatever you like." As Evurn and Fadis continued moving upward, they came to a long passage with wooden bracing holding up the cave structure. At the far end of this was a doorway, and Fadis could smell burning wood. As they both stood on the other side of the door, they listened to men going back and forth and at least one woman speaking. "It'd be good if they would just leave," the woman said. A man sighed and spoke. "They've been haunting these hills and forests for the past 2 weeks. If it's not the demon men, it's the vampires. Now them vampires are spreading out in the woods and want nothing to do with us but to try to kill us." Another man spoke. "It's rangers. Told you before we can't trust 'em." "It isn't the rangers," the woman said. "That should be obvious. The rangers have been avoiding these areas. These are men from Taria. We've all heard about it. All we can do right now is hide." "Well, that's fine with me," the original man speaking said. "But if this keeps up, we will not have anything. Perhaps we should go back to sailing?" Fadis didn't expect it when Evurn suddenly pushed open the door and stepped forward. 3 figures sitting next to a small fire struggled to arm themselves, but their weapons were not on them. There was a large open crack in the ceiling where the smoke was passing upward. This place was obviously these people's home, and had been for some time. "Do not mind us," Evurn said. "We are just passing through, good smugglers." But passing through was not what they were doing. Their path was blocked by the 3 figures who, though not wearing any particular armor or wielding weapons of regard, weren't about to just move and allow them through. "Who are you?" one of the men asked. "Strangers from the north, passing through. That is all," explained Fadis. "You're from Taria," the woman shouted. "No," Evurn said. "Further, but that doesn't matter. We'll be passing through and leaving you to your business." "Lies!" one of the men shouted. With little warning, the man reached for his axe nearby. Evurn and the shadow elf blocked it with his staff, sending a blast of fire that engulfed the man. The conversation was over. The woman screamed. With a dagger in hand, she went for Evurn. The shadow elf struck her with his staff. The other man attempted to jab Fadis with a short blade, which he quickly parried and then drove the edge of his sword into his neck. The woman scampered back up, grabbing what weapons she could. She held a small club and one of her companion's sword. "We ran from the demon men, ran from those of Taria. Now you have come to kill us." "Woman, no one came to kill you. You attacked us," Fadis said. "It doesn't matter," the woman said, shaking her head and grasping at her neck. "There are more horrible things out there and ways to go than this. I embrace death." The woman tried to stab Fadis. He parried and pushed her away. She returned, faking that she was going to stab him again and guessing where the point of his blade would be, falling upon it. Blood ran down his blade as she slumped to the ground and coughed on her own gurgling fluids. "Bitch killed herself," Fadis stated. "Perhaps," Evurn said, reaching down and moving her hair away from her neck. There were marks on the back of her neck, old injuries, or so they seemed. The woman twitched as more of her blood poured out onto the ground as the last of her life force left her body. Evurn sighed. She'd been bitten. She would have turned before too long anyway. Would likely have killed both these men. She embraced death because that was her only option. I told you before, there's a darkness on these lands. Let's go. I smell fresh rare this way. As Fadis and Evurn left the 3 dead smugglers in the cave, he thought of the fact that he had never dealt with what Evurn had mentioned. He had only heard stories of vampires. He knew there was rumored to be a stronghold where the bloodsuckers hid somewhere in this region, but he always understood that they were not to leave, or that it was not even real and just a story, so that kids would stay in bed at night. If he could credit the elves with anything, it was their alleged actions to ensure the vampires were kept in check, or so he was always told. But from what he had seen, the elves were just protecting their own lands now. As Evurn led them down the passage that assumed the snake upward, they emerged from the cave system onto a great green plain. In the early morning lights of the new day, they looked out upon dense woods nestled around the vast plains and a large river that cut through them. They were still high up, and Evurn did not continue, but instead sat down behind a rock and lay on his side. "Those smugglers did not attack us. I don't know what that was about, but it will be known to us in time," Fadis said. "Indeed, but for now, I say that you have first watch. Let me sleep until the sun crests the horizon. I will do the same for you for the same amount of time, and then we'll figure our next path." In just a few moments, the shadow elf was snoring. Fadis sheathed his blade and sat down on a rock, staring out across the plains. He thought of his son and of their path they were taking now, wondering of the others. If they were to go back and find them missing, they would not know where they'd gone. Perhaps Evurn had a good idea for the next bit of their journey. Part 4. Sail Mark. As they walked through the gateway with the massive tall spires, it seemed to be sending a form of energy into the crystals of the Ayla sunrise. The sight of the blue sky above faded away to that of massive trees and fairy lights bouncing between the high branches. Before them was a large brick pathway lined on either side by buildings that rolled with the hills of the woods and seemed to be built into the trunks of the trees that made up the forest. As they went, Valin noticed many elven buildings here. There were stone buildings sheerly polished and high spires lifted straight through the trees, with golden tips that came to a point and smaller diamonds and jewels along the base. "Dwemhar structures," he said to Bry. "Indeed, this is an old place." "I think that they once were, but no longer," Aviam pointed out. "Frankly, I'm surprised the city of the Dwemhar had any structures to remain." "What could possibly destroy a race such as the Dwemhar?" Burke asked. "We went through the caves and came upon the ruins that I guess were Dwemhar origin. I saw a metal construct that was as if it had a life force itself. They moved as if they themselves knew they were alive, I guess." Aviam nodded. "The Dwemhar had many constructs, from the realm ship that we sail upon to larger flying vessels to whatever creature you came upon. Their sciences were much more advanced than even the dwarves or elves, and their understanding of mental capacity was something that we can only fathom. Of the many legends of the Dwemhar, I do know that for the most part, the Dwemhar had good relations with the elves, and at least peaceful relations with the dwarves. It was only the Rusies they seemed to quell with. The city must have been one of the more southernmost cities. Likewise, the Rusies were to the west of here. The lands have changed so much since that time, but if you continue west and north of the Vindus Sea, you'll come across the Cava Mountains. There were Rusies there. If the city was attacked and partially destroyed, I can only imagine that it was the Rusies." They came to the end of the very long pathway and to a rocky bridge that crossed the expanse, and to the other side were several different pathways wrapped up into the massive trees of the forest. They were nearing the actual tower with the large crystal at its peak, but there were still many walls of trees that they would have to journey through. Crossing a bridge, Valin looked down to see a dimly lit chasm with buildings built into the rocks. Looking down deep into the chasm, he saw many more torchlights. There were many elves moving about in the lower regions. It seemed that this city of elves inhabited both the trees above ground and into the deep places below ground. They reached the other side of the bridge and took the largest pathway that began up between the intersecting point at 3 massive tree trunks. Passing through this, they came across several elves in heavy armor who stared at them as they approached. At that moment, a fairy floated down beside the helm of one of the elves, and the elf clicked his massive staff on the ground. One of the heavily armored forms motioned for them to move along, and they began up to higher ground. From this site, they could see the grand expanse of the greater Varmark woods. Though the leaves high above blocked out most of the sun, many large lamps with blue fires created a strange effect on the woods themselves, where a vague, glowing fog seemed to flow between the trees. "I can only imagine the glory of the old Russus, especially being deemed a worthy adversary to the Dwemhar," Bry said. "They were opposites in many ways," Evurn said. "I cannot say for sure that it happened at the city, but I know in one attack on at least one of the chief cities, the Russes cast so much elemental magic into the air above the city that even though the Dwemhar were able to keep the blast from striking the city itself and harming the occupants, the Russes actually had no intent in landing the individual attacks within the city. They knew their enemy. They knew the Dwemhar would protect all within the city. Instead, they focused their magic, concentrating on putting as much elemental force into the air before switching to a different element. Thus, they created an explosion that was capable of disrupting that which powered the city. Though it was written as if the Dwemhar lost their magic after spending some time on this realm ship, I understand that there was some form of power that they were able to send into the city defenses. The Russes then launched the second wave. This one was unhindered by Dwemhar defenses and burned the entire city, killing all the occupants. If only the Russes and Dwemhar could have truly worked together, perhaps something greater would have come. Instead, the Russes' civilization is all but destroyed, and the Dwemhar have fled the living realm. They had moved up within the city itself. Valin looked back and was able to see the riverway with the Ayla sunrise at dock. He looked back up, seeing that they were upon the actual central tower of the city. The pathway they were on opened up to a large courtyard of sorts. It was open and wide, bordered by grand white trees on all sides. It was here they moved into the open doors of the tower itself. More fairies moved up and into the entryway as they went. Further in, fairies simply stood on the railings, their wings twinkling as they watched the visitors from afar. As Valin and the crew entered the tower, they were met by yet another staircase up to another platform and many more heavily armored elves. Within this room, it was as if they could see to the very pinnacle of the tower itself, but in truth, they looked up through the crystal roots that ran throughout the entire structure. The crystal at the top of the tower drew in solar and lunar energies, and it seemed dispersed it at least through the tower. This made sense, considering the blend of Elven and Dwemhar structures. Valin looked up and saw a man sitting on a throne. His high chair was made of massive green leaves and golden arms and legs. The elf was obviously old and had ears that were curved down, similar to Evurn's. Valin could only guess they were of similar age. "The visitors from afar have reached the chambers of the king," a voice announced. Valin and the others reached the same level as the king, and the voice that spoke was that of a tall and slender elf who quickly stopped them from moving toward the king. "I'm the overseer of the tower. You're strangers here, so I will provide you with proper etiquette. This is the King of Sailmark, Grand Lord of the Woodland Realm, King Tersua. He is the Most High of the Woodlands, holding the crown of the High Star, and his vassals are the Lord Kings of Fickmark and Vumark. You're not to approach within 30 paces of our great king. Any further, and you will die before your foot falls again. Now, bow to the King of the High Star, and approach until the king speaks." Valin and the others bowed and walked, as instructed. The king was sitting at the center of his throne. His hands were clamped together directly in front of his mouth, and he stared at them with great intent. They were still quite a few paces from the point where they were supposed to stop when the king stood from his throne and immediately walked down toward them. Valin and his companions paused. "Truly dark is the day when the oracle's words are true. Tell me, which one of you was born of the storm?" the king asked. Valin nodded. "King Tersua, it is I, Valin, captain of the Ayla Sunrise and Stormborn of the Glacial Seas." There was an immediate discussion off to the side. Several white-cloaked individuals who seemed to be going over parchments were suddenly extremely interested in Valin and his companions. "Then it is you the oracles have seen. I cannot say I am happy by your presence, for the oracles must be telling the truth in that regard, and now we have confirmed that many other terrors are upon us. If you seek information in regard to that, I know nothing of approaching terrors of any kind. We averted disaster in the far north, but that has been dealt with and is no longer a threat. I am not here to spread ill omen, but seek your assistance in the healing of my companion here. This dwarf seeks treatment that is beyond our skill. Perhaps, if it is not too improper, you can help him." King Tersua approached Valrin and bowed slightly, and Valrin did the same. He looked over to Riller, unconscious on the pallet. The king muttered something in his own tongue, and several in attendance came and took the pallet. The rogue went to follow, but the king raised a hand. "They will tend to his injuries and see what can be done. For now, I invite you to stay in my presence. There's nothing more you can do for the dwarf. I can offer rest, a place to sleep for the night, and food if needed." "We are thankful for your compassion and offerings," Valrin said. "Then let us not delay. Come, I was about to sit down to my own dinner, but once I received word of who and what you were, I waited for you. Come, quickly." The king's sudden desire to befriend Valrin and the crew seemed to surprise the overseer of the tower. As they followed the king down a long hallway of green wood, more of the blue flame torches lighted their path. The overseer followed behind them. Valrin and the crew were taken to the dining hall where servants of many kinds awaited, and elven pipes began to play as they entered the room. The king took his seat at the head of the table, and Valrin and the others sat where directed by the servants. In quick fashion, a light-colored tea was served to each of them in clear crystal cups. Several platters of vegetables and fruits, as well as a large loaf of a red bread, were brought to the table. Valrin and the others were not allowed to actually touch the food, but instead were served. "Never seen bread like this," Burke said, "and I try to keep a higher quality loaf at my tavern." "Never have I either," Bry said. "The bread provides a potent mix of nutritional value, herbs from the high mountains, berries from the coastal plains, and residue from the bark of trees of the forest, combined to create a bread like no other, with a taste that is nothing like that of the wheat variety in most of the lands." Valrin took some of the bread and tasted it. It was extremely sweet, sweeter than even a cake with honey. King Tersua observed them enjoying the food and smiled. "I am happy to show you of the hospitality of the elves, and normally I would not do this for strangers, but I'd like to imagine there's purpose to our meeting beyond the sick dwarf. I understand that one of your crew seeks a lost boy, left with the elves as I understand it." "Yes, Fadis, once Ranger of the North in these lands, seeks the boy he left several years ago. Boys of the race of men grow much under the trees of the elves." Valrin wasn't sure what the response meant, but the king was distracted now. The king became entranced, staring at Avium, his eyes full of wonder like that of a child, and deep respect at the same time. "Your voice is like the song of the stars, better than the poets singing upon the woods at night. I sense something distant that I did not expect to feel again. What is your name, my lady?" Avium stared at the elven king. Valrin looked over, curious as to exactly what or how she would respond to the king's question. Valrin knew she was within his mind. "Your thoughts do not deceive you, king. I am Avium, daughter of Lorlam, and I do have the blood of both Rooses and Dwemhar within me." "Then it is true," the overseer of the tower said. The man had, of course, been watching them, but off to the side. He approached the table and bowed deeply to Avium. "I know you know not my name or my charge, or even the truth of these ruins around you, but I was trusted by the Dwemhar themselves prior to their sentient from our lands and the flooding of the great glacial seas. I have kept the tower secure every day of my life as your people commanded. Please, I do seek your confirmation that indeed the tower stands as decreed." Avium looked at the overseer of the tower and nodded. "I do confirm you have watched over this place, but I cannot speak with any surety of the Dwemhar beyond saying thank you. And I return to my duties in honor of the Dwemhar here, and hope that they may be of assistance to us from the Ascended Realm to prevent what the oracles claim." The man quickly exited the room, and the king took out a long pipe and began to smoke a sweet-smelling herb. "That is Teller, and he is a most diligent overseer of this grand tower and a studier of the Dwemhar way, much to the dislike of our high archons, if I must say. But it was the Dwemhar that gave some within our woods the ability to move as they once did, effortlessly through the air, to bring swift death upon our enemies." "I saw some of that," Valin said. "The elf Relia, when he arrived upon my ship and disappeared, leaving only a few leaves. I cannot divulge all our secrets, but yes, we have a unique presence here within the woods, and we guard this place against all threats. My hand protects the woods of the north all the way down to the south of the borders of the City of Men and the House of Firda that sits beside the Vindus Sea within Richt. It is along the riverlands that many proud houses of men yet remain. We watch over them as best we can. But alas, the threats our oracles have seen are dark. I tell you this, for I know you have thought and knowledge of places beyond here. The beings of shadows and practitioners of blood magic, the vampires, have been a threat to us for some time. Though the vampires themselves are not difficult to kill, in actuality, their use of magic, blending blood and elven magic in such a way, is a true threat to the great woods and all the life within. Unlike the King of Taria and the trouble he has caused, the vampires themselves do not burn the trees as he does. They affect the woods in such a way that our very home becomes toxic. It changes the creatures, everything from the small mice scurrying into its underground burrow to larger foxes and deer. It turns them into vile creatures of malice and anger. Slowly our people are killed, if not in direct combat, then from the evils that come from our own home. Then the demon men, the ones the vampires take who are partially turned or have just died, return to life through magic some would say is worse than necromancy. King Tersua took a long draw of his pipe and sighed. "We elves are a proud race. The oracles have seen that which we fear. They have seen the rise of a black moon. They have seen the fields turn to ash, the woods sickened and fading from the lands. It is because of this we have closed the city to most of the outside world. I'm sorry that I had to turn away both the Ranger and the Shadow Elf. I can say that seeing the Shadow Elf upon a Dwemhar vessel would have normally gained him entry. No Shadow Elf would align himself with any of the Dwemhar. I had been most interested to speak to him, but alas, I was also looking to the rest of the city. There will be rumors about the reason for your arrival, of why a vessel of such has come to our lands. Truly, the elves of these regions have been haunted at night. I've heard many complaints of those unable to sleep or properly rest in any form. I'm ever vigilant to protect them, but I too have had my own feelings of drear. Perhaps once your dwarf has been healed, we can speak further of our troubles. I cannot ask you to help us directly if you do not wish it, but at least you can speak with the oracles, the Council of High Archons. I must believe that you're here for more reasons than simply a sick dwarf and an orphan boy." Evium took a sip of her tea and then looked to Valin before speaking to the king directly. "You know the boy our friend seeks? Is he here?" Before the king could give his answer, several elves came from where they had taken the dwarf. They bowed beside the king. "We have news of the sickened dwarf. My king, if you will come with us, we will show you." Though the barkeep was still eating, they all quickly got up to follow King Tersua as he went to check on the injured dwarf. Valin looked over at Kirla and noticed she was stricken with fear and walked away from everyone around her, including her father. Walking from the dining hall, down several halls, and to an outside walkway open to the woods, they ascended to an area with a few other injured elves on simple beds, and ahead they saw Riller lying on a large stone altar. There was a sweet scent in the air, and though there was much tension, especially from Kirla, Valin felt suddenly more relaxed. "He is not sickened with any poison that we know of," the healer said. "He also has no injuries that we can find." King Tersua moved his hands over Riller and noticed that he suddenly was sleeping more peacefully than he was before, but he still was not awake. The king pressed his hand to the dwarf's head and closed his eyes. A few moments passed, and he looked to Valin. "This poison is nothing of elf or dwarf concoction, but yet it struck him still, it seems. I understand much in the study of life magic and health, but if this dwarf is to be saved, it very well might be by his own people." "By his own people!" the rogue shouted. "Go to his own people? He almost died coming here. He lived in the Far East at one time, Haradar. I don't think he'll make it. He can't make it all the way back there." Her father gripped her from behind to comfort her, but she simultaneously turned and punched him in the throat. He collapsed back, coughing, and the healers backed away in fear. Several elven guards began running toward the area when the king lifted his hand to stop them. "He will not make it there!" Kurla shouted. "You are an elf! How can you not help him?" "I'm telling you the poison is not elven. I can't do or heal what I cannot understand. He was sickened by a Dwemhar poison. I sense it. Like I sense that Avium was of their race. I feel it within his mind. I can only offer a way to the nearest dwarven settlements. Though the large city of Micronach is further south, there is a smaller city. You can follow the river directly out of our lands and end up there. Harkinach has dwarves of many varieties and skill sets. They are friendly with the Elven kingdom and will assist one of their own, I am sure of it. You have my blessing to depart through our southern gates and have safe passage to return here and rest even further if you need it." "His condition is stable as of right now," the healer said. "His breathing is strong, and the life force in him beats with a powerful but constant rhythm. We gave him herbs to help with any pain he may feel, and the dust from the trees and plants you see around are designed to increase his natural healing abilities." Valin approached Kurla. "We will take him south. We will do what is needed to seek the cure for his condition. He is safe here for now. We'll work to get supplies together, and then we will leave before dawn. We intended to help him when we started this journey, and agreed to bring you here. I want to see it through." "Valin, thank you," she said. "I still feel I am asking too much, but for him I will take your offer. I will wait with him until it is time to leave." King Tersua cleared his throat. "Then we will prepare immediately." He turned to a nearby elf and pointed. "By my order, fill their ship's stock with any and every supply they could possibly need. Also, be sure they are given purification stones in case of demon men. For now," he said, looking to Valin and the others, "I want you all to get some rest. It will take some time to gather supplies, and I want to assure that you are well rested. I will personally come and wake you when it is time." Horn calls broke the calmness of the conversation. There were several flashes out in the woods to the east. The king immediately went to one of the balconies and looked out. A few moments passed, and there were several green flashes around the king, along with multiple guards coming into the level. "Report," the king said. "What is upon the eastern perimeter?" "As I understand it, one of the merchants coming into this region, 2 strangers fled into the woods, and we are pursuing them." The king glanced at Valin and then pointed again. "Go, rest. This place is well guarded, and regardless of what was upon the perimeter, I still want you to sleep. I will tend to this, and we will speak of it once the sun is on the horizon." As the king returned to his duties in dealing with the sudden alarm, Valin and the others looked at one another as they were led away from the healing area to a terrace off to the side, and an area where they found several areas they could lie down and a large balcony overlooking the woods. Though there was an area to actually sleep prepared for them, they agreed they wished to stay nearby, considering Kirla wished to remain with Riller, but where they were provided them with a view to rival any in the lands. In In the distance they could see fairies bouncing in flight within the trees and twinkle of starlight. They were left to lay down on their own, which Burke and Evium did as Valrin and Bry stood on a balcony overlooking the grand woods. "I hope that wasn't Evurn and Fadis," Bry said. "You thought the same thing I did. They are both stubborn and probably should not have been left alone together." Bry embraced him from behind. "Let's get some rest while we can." As they both lay down near each other, Bry reached out and gripped his hand. Before he could say anything, she closed her eyes and simply smiled. The blue torches of the room seemed to dim, and he looked out at the night sky. They had been on land for not even half a day, and he already desired to be back out at sea. He looked back to Bry and then quickly went to sleep. A screech in the air, the sight of a white moon dimming and then turning as red blood and blackness gripping down upon the dying trees surrounding him. Valrin saw the woods themselves shifting from green to bare as if a sudden winter struck them. A rolling shadow over the lands glowed green and red as creatures erupted from the ground and devoured all forms of life within the woods. He felt cold, and then he was shaken awake. "I see your sleep was troubled," the king said. The king was above him and seemed unsurprised of Valrin's shocked state, not to mention his violent dreams. "It is near morning, but the sun has not yet come up. I believe it is a fine time to wake you, especially considering your dream." As the others awoke, all looking around, a bit shaken, the king glanced at each of them. "All of you dream the sight that we have all been plagued by? The changing moon, the dying forest, and the creatures?" All of them nodded. It was Burke himself who seemed the most disturbed. Beyond the king, Kurla stood, pointing. "They move him to the ship, and yes, for the time I slept, I dreamed the same. I wish to be out of these woods." The rogue departed, and again the king looked at everyone. "I know you wish to be free of this place, and I understand it. Darkness is upon us, and between you, I and the walls of this ancient place. The elves are afraid." As they went with King Tersua to the lower level, they were served hot tea. Then they exited the grand tower and began their journey back toward the Aela sunrise. The journey down to the dock was a silent one. Valrin noticed that many elves were already awake right now, but most of them were sitting cross-legged outside their homes and up on elevated perches with their eyes closed. As they continued down the road that led straight to the docks, they noticed worshippers of Etha, adorned in dark blue robes and silver crowns, chanting softly as they walked. Evium seemed to take extra care to cover her head with her cloak as they went. Valrin ran to get beside her, and he motioned with his head toward the worshippers of Etha. "It is said that Etha guards the time in the transition between darkness and the light of day. I do not in particular worship any god, but I respected those within the wind temple in the glacial seas. I have prayed many times to the gods of the winds." "Is this why so many are sitting cross-legged? Are they praying?" Bry asked. "No, these are meditating. It is not surprising that for a city so tightly centered around the blending of Elven and Dwemhar knowledge, some of their customs would be blended with those of the ancients. But no matter their practice of prayer or meditation, elves consistently seek a balance in life. For so many to be tormented by the nightmares, and for those nightmares to affect even newcomers such as us, I believe there truly is something dark upon these woods." They reached the Aela sunrise. Valrin immediately saw that the crystals near the rear of the ship were glowing brightly, fully recharged much further than they normally would be even upon the open sea in a full moon. There, standing as if he had been waiting for them for some time, they saw the elf Lord Relia and another figure Valrin immediately thought was someone he already knew. Both of them bowed. "Captain Valrin and crew of the Aela Sunrise, my friend here has information of a most interesting kind." I know the king wishes me to tell you of the events last night. I think this man here can tell you more. His given name is Evry, but it is not the name he had when he arrived. He was in the village to the south last night and saw both the shadow elf and the ranger speaking with a merchant we have a history of dealings with. Evry believes they may have tried to sneak into our lands, but of slightly distressing news, the man he was speaking to was found dead along our perimeter. Valin, Evurn, and Bry looked at one another. "Did you see Fadis? Or—" Valin began, but Evry raised his hand. "I saw neither of them, not the shadow elf Evurn or Fadis, my father." "You are Fadis's son?" Evurn asked. "Yes, that man is my father. I remember seeing him many years ago before my mother was killed, before I was brought to the Elves. Then I wasn't too sure, but it was never hidden from me that he was my father. I just did not believe it. Much has happened since then, and alas, my allegiances are here. I'll keep watch for him, and he will not come under harm by any elf here. We are deeply concerned by the attack on our lands. Whoever killed the merchant was not after his supplies as we expect in these regions. We are investigating further, but I understand that you must travel quickly now." "Yes," Valin said. "I tend my duties." Evry bowed to Relia and quickly departed. Valin watched him as he left. There was no doubt in Valrin's mind that there was a resemblance between Fadis and his son, and he hoped that Fadis and Evurn had not gotten themselves into more trouble than they could deal with. "I intend to go with you," Relia said, "by the will of the king and by my own wishes. I understand that the dwarf must be taken to the dwarven city of Harkinnock. I know the way, but the plains outside the boughs of our trees can be particularly dangerous, even being on a vessel in the river. I know much of purification stones, and I intend to assure this voyage is a safe one." The elf lifted a bag and shook it. "Though I hope we do not need them, I will bring them along. I hope you do not mind my company, Captain Valin." "Of course not. You're welcome to go with us. We would be happy to have a guide to the region." Valin looked over to the rogue and noticed she was stroking the dwarf's head. "How is Riller?" he asked. "He seems at peace right now. I just want to get out of here and get him to someone who can help." Valin noticed that the rogue had several small knives across her chest, as well as a simple gray bow. The rogue noticed Valin staring. "Gifts. Several elves knew I was staying with my friend, and though they could offer nothing else beyond these items, they promised me that this bow would be the lightest I'd ever held, and the daggers are made from the ore in the mountains nearby and forged beside the sea to the west. I cannot complain, seeing that I completely used everything I had before. Small gifts, not meant to take away the pain of your friend being so ill, but I and my people are not nearly as welcoming as we could be. The nightmares are real, and for many moons we have suffered from them." "Valin," he said, looking at him just as he got to the helm, "I know you wish to leave this place as soon as you can, especially to be once again reunited with the Ranger and the Shadow Elf, but the king tells me there is a chance you may speak with the oracles and the Council of High Archons. Such wisdom from you may do our city well." Valin pulled the levers, and the ship lurched away from the docks. He began down the river, following the coastline down the waterway, heading south. The morning lights were upon them, but the starlight still greeted them in the patches of clear sky above. "I do not have much counsel to give, but let us take care of the dwarf, and then we'll discuss the state of things. It would go a long way with myself and my crew if our other crew members would be allowed entry." Relia smiled. "You have found favor with the king already, and such things may be possible, but I cannot say that, for I am not him." For the majority of the journey away from the city, the waterway was like a tunnel of tall trees with branches stretched over the river. While this region was not as densely populated as the actual city, there were many villages along the rivers, and early morning fishers waved at them as they passed. Most appeared in a minor state of wonder and shock seeing the realm ship. This was the Vidyu River, a large river that went from the sea, across the lands and down towards Lake Tracine, where it was named the Fick River, as it ran beside the lower region. After some time seeing several small villages and passing under large bridges, they came to the edge of the woods and another large gate with tall walls and towers. At this point, Relia took out a whistle and made several loud sounds before the gates opened. As their path became obvious, Valin noticed there seemed to be small crystals on a silver arch spanning the gateway. Bolts of blue energy surged between the crystals, moving between the two gates. "Your walls contain the powers of the Dwemhar?" Valin asked. Relia nodded. "Yes, after the events of last night, we are more concerned, and while these are normally simply sealed, we are taking no chances." The Aela sunrise passed quickly through the gateway, and the gates were shut behind them. The river was swift, and they moved away from the woods and into the open plains just as the crack of sunlight had begun to pierce across the sky. The birds chirped, and several frogs croaked as the ship made a corner in the river and straightened out for a long stretch. As they continued along this path, Valin saw several standing stones that formed a large line. They reached what appeared to be a part of a perimeter of some sort. The wall itself had a slight white glow to it. "This is leftover from our war with the vampires. This is a purification wall that worked well at stopping the demon men from coming this way. While this simple stone wall would not stop other enemies, demon men are barbaric, animalistic, and uncontrollable. The stones purify that which they are from, destroying the energies that twisted their mind, yet though they are created by magic, it actually does not destroy them. We do not take the time to kill the wild ones roaming the lands." "So, what do you do?" Valin asked. "We leave them to live. Groups of them live in different areas. In most cases, the vampires or other demon men will chase them down. The vampires themselves are not supposed to come within even sight of our lands, but they still do it. We of the Shadow Guard engage against them quite frequently, but they flee just as quickly as they come, and we do not pursue. Of late, we've attempted to watch their movements more. Not too long ago, there was an attack on the village. Rangers and elves worked together to support the rise of a vampire queen. As already discussed much before now, we all know something is upon these lands, and we are blinded to it." Relia lifted the bag of stones and pulled one out. He handed it to Valin. Valin twisted the stone in his hand. He noted that it sparkled, and holding it up to the sky to get a better look, he noticed that the top of the stone began to glow brighter than the bottom. "The stones are made from meteorites that would strike the high mountains near Sailmark. Once they are blessed by our archons, they can be used in an emergency to trap the demon men or an accursed beast if we come upon it. The stones have to be thrown and surround the beast, but it does work. We do not normally need these because of our perimeter wall, but if we of the Shadow Guard go further than that, we make sure to have them. Upon contact with such an entity, we throw these upon the ground, and they will encircle the creature. Again, it is the middle of the day, and we are upon the river, so it is unlikely we will see them. I know the dwarves do not have any patience with neither demon men nor their purified forms, so you do not need to worry." The Aela sunrise passed underneath a large archreach from either side of the river. From there, the sun began to rise a bit more and glow in the mountains in the far distance. "Strange lights," Bry said. "The dwarven city of Harkinnock is still well ahead, but their forges are bright. We will be there well before midday. The river moves us with haste." It was the strangest sight. It was here that the river became more heavily lined with rocks than before. Valin noticed the plummeting black smoke of the dwarven city in the distance. As he thought back to the last dwarven city he had been to, he felt sick to his stomach, but he knew that the events played out in the glacial seas were a separate event. Not all dwarves were like that. As the Aela sunrise slid across the surface of the water, Valin saw something along the river ahead. At first, Relia did not think too much of it as he took notice as well. Drawing closer, he motioned for Valin to slow down. It seemed that from the shore, there were large wooden poles built up to form a dock that stretched across the river with pillars that reached down to the river floor. Beneath the dock was a large gateway that was closed. Beyond that, Valin noticed that there were several dwarves moving atop the wooden ramparts above the gate as the Ayla sunrise came closer. He looked further at the construct over the river, to the strange tubes he had never seen before that went to the water and seemed to run below the surface. The dwarves on the ramparts did not look happy. "This way is shut. You must turn this vessel and head back from whence you came," one of the dwarves said. Relia stood at the front of the ship. He was not holding a weapon, but instead had his arms open and bowed. "Master dwarves, we seek to journey to your city. We have an injured dwarf upon our vessel who needs the skill of your medicine. We only seek a passage to that place." "Was I not clear?" At this point, Aviam joined Relia at the front of the ship. "I see no reason the river must be closed. Our vessel can pass whatever you have constructed here. We will even allow one of you aboard the ship if you do not trust us. I am sure you have some questions, but "The woman seems to be deaf too," the dwarf said to another dwarf next to him. They turned their attention back to the Ayla sunrise. "This way is shut. That means you cannot come this way." "You can't close down the entire river," Relia said. "Last warning, elf," another dwarf said. At this point, the dwarves had brandished their axes. Valin noticed a good distance away were several large holes that led to the mountains. Though he had seen dwarven mines before, these did look a bit different. Furthermore, looking at the strange large tubes that went into the river, he noticed bubbles around the tubes and could not figure out their purpose for creating bubbles or forcing air into the river. "Please, masters," the rogue begged. "My friend is ill. He cannot get home to Haradar. Can you not at least see what you might do to heal him?" More dwarves gathered on the wooden construct spanning the river. The same dwarf spoke again. "Your dwarf should embrace death now. It is no matter to us if any friend of elven blood is ill, be they dwarf or not." "Please, he will die without assistance," the rogue shouted back. Valin was already turning the wheel, moving along the edge of whatever it was that the dwarves had constructed in the river. The bow of the ship scraped against something beneath the surface. There was a loud crack and an explosion of bubbles. The dwarves shouted in their own tongues, many of them rushing to a large box on the edge of the river. "Get us out of here!" Aviam shouted. A moment later, several large bolts shot across the bow of the Ayla sunrise, nearly taking out the center mast of the ship. The dwarves worked to reload their massive crossbow on the shoreline, but in a flurry of exploding magic, Aviam and Bride destroyed their weapon. The dwarves flung small axes, several of them sticking into the deck of the ship, but as Valin switched the crystal levers of his ship, their speed increased, and they were quickly out of range.
"What was this insult?"
Relia shouted.
"Why would they attack us?"
"Something moves beyond sight," said Aviam. "Those dwarves' minds were full of deceit. I must get back to Sailmark. I must warn the king that the dwarves attacked us. It seems it is not only Taria that we must worry about, but also the damned dwarves." "What were they doing in the river?" asked Valin. They seemed to be guarding whatever it was they had beneath the surface. "There were holes in the mountains too," said Bry. "They did not look like mines." "Dwarves are cunning," Relia said. "All I can say at this moment is we must return to Sailmark." Valin kept a careful eye on their surroundings. He hated being as vulnerable as this river made him. Even worse, he wondered what was beneath the surface even now. The ship had scraped against something before, and every so often, he felt as if he struck something along the bow. They had a bit of a journey back, but he was trying to sail as quickly as the Ayla sunrise would. Part 5. Purified. Once the sun had breached the horizon, Fadis woke up Evurn like he'd been asked to, and then lay down himself. Though the rest was short, when he opened his eyes to a much brighter day, Evurn was now surrounded by several pale individuals. At first, Fadis went for his blade, but then saw that Evurn was perfectly content. Fadis sat up quickly. Evurn turned to look at him, and the closest of the pale individuals recoiled. "I am glad to have you awake again, Ranger." Fadis rubbed his eyes and stood, looking at the several pale individuals before him. "Do not be afraid of these creatures. They are what we call demon men, but they have been purified by elvish stone rings. As I understand it, the elves set up multiple areas to where if the demon men passed through, they would be purged of evil energies. The depressing part of this is once they are purged, they are sentient yet not accepted by anyone. It seems these were scouring the hills, looking for the scent of the blood of those we killed that was so strong on the air. I have convinced them that we are not to be feared, and so please do not draw your weapon and prove me a liar at this point." Fadis's hand was resting on his sword, and he quickly moved in from the hilt. "Well, send them away. We need to get back to working to reach Valin and the others." "That is the other bit I want to tell you about. Just after you lay down, I saw a ship moving quickly up the river. It was indeed the Aela Sunrise. There was no way we could catch the vessel, as it was proceeding rather quickly. As I understand by talking to our friends here, there is a dwarven city by the river in the mountains. According to what I've been told, there was an elf aboard the ship, meaning they would return back this way in time. I was just about to wake you and tell you that we are going to move down toward the river to a crossing where other creatures such as these hide. Thankfully, the sun has been shrouded by the dark clouds above us. Due to such darkness, these purified demon men can thankfully take us to the river and wait with us." One of the demon men stepped forward and hissed, "Plus, Master, yes, we have the stuff. We must show you this stuff." Evurn nodded and pointed to the demon men as he looked at Fadis. "They say that they found several pages of parchments dropped by strange men riding horses across the field last night lost. As I understand it, they ran right into the demon men's hideaway areas, and many of them were killed. But not all. I believe we were right to assume that the men of Taria were taking the dwarf that they killed to the dwarves themselves. There is a dwarven city not too far from here, but regardless of that, if you are ready, we can get moving toward where they wish to take us." "Well, we might as well. It's not like we can catch the Aela Sunrise. Perhaps we'll have information or something of value to the elves." "Indeed," Evurn said. "The purified ones, the name Evurn told Fadis that the demon men before them sought to be called, led them down from the rocky ledge and into the grand field before them. The field itself stretched far in all directions. To the west, it ran up to Elven woodlands, and to the east, the Rivarl Mountains. The center of the fields was cut by the strong and wide Vidu River, but there were land bridges that stretched up and over the river, leaving enough room for smaller ships to pass underneath. "Burials of dwarves," the leader of the purified ones told them, "holy places to ancient men, and the old cores of grand mining machines." Neither Evurn nor Fadis really understood what the purified one was speaking of, and Fadis assumed it was made up. As they reached one of the land bridges, the winds shifted around them, and a storm began to blow in with a wisp of rain and gusts of wind. As they crossed the river, Fadis looked east and could see torchlights in the mountains. "Dwarves," Evurn said. "They are quite active." They were led down the other side of the land bridge and across more of the fields. It was a good distance away still, but there were several large earthen towers ahead, with harsh wooden fences stretching between the towers and thick brush that had been laid around the perimeter. It was where they were going. As they got closer to the earthen towers, several more purified ones emerged, and Fadis saw several glowing stones on the ground just off the well-trodden path they followed. "Purification stones," the leader told them. "Elven magic," Evurn confirmed. "Placed to make these demon men inert. I'm surprised their bodies remain alive, considering as I understand the power of blood magic, these creatures should be dead. Not all of us dead when cast. Some near dead, some vampires. We take you to our guide and leader. As Fadis and Evurn passed through the gateway guarded by more of the purified ones, they immediately saw a massive troll sitting by a fire. It stood upon seeing them and picked up a club, but then sat back down. The leader they were following directed them by the fire. "We will get him," the leader said. They sat down by the fire, and the troll looked up at them as it snacked on a roasted boar, chewing on its skull as it stared at them. "Truly brave souls," a voice said. They looked over beyond several large rocks and noticed a man staring at them with his hand on the head of the purified one leader. The man was pale. He wore a black coat that trailed behind him. On his chest was a blue medallion of some kind. Evurn stood up, his staff alight but pointed down. "I am no threat to you. Please sit." Fadis began to stand, but then the man sat. "You need friends, not more enemies in the coming days. I am aligned with the purified ones, so I am not your enemy. These creatures were abandoned by the Elves, betrayed by their creators. I simply watch over them." "Sure. Who are you?" Evurn asked. "I am Lord Richt of a lost clan of vampires that lost their status in the old home west of here. I was defeated in battle, stripped of my magic by purification stones like these demon men. I make my home here now. We prepare for what comes." "And what is that?" Fadis asked. Richt smiled. "Many comings, many goings. Curious, are you strange friends, companions of the ship that sailed east?" "What of it?" Fadis asked. "Just it is a curious vessel. It looks like ships that once sailed these seas long ago." Fadis stared at the man. "You are not Elven, are you?" "No, I'm not a pointy-eared forest dweller, no. I have more sense to kill my enemies versus maiming them. Curious again, do I smell herbs of poison?" "Yes, if you can smell the vials I keep about myself." "That is quite a sense of smell. I thought you lost your powers," Evurn said. "That is a power I have had before my turn." Richt grinned. "I have no shame. You two are not of these lands, and you are with the realm ship. You are from the north, then, that called the glacial seas now. I once lived in that region, but it was such a very long time ago." "You're Dwemer?" Fadis asked. "So I was once. A traveler of sorts. I found myself in a precarious situation and was taken by a clan of vampires. They sought a cure, and I attempted to find it." "You were then attacked?" "You could say so. I would say, do not fall in love with those of a clan. It was such a long time ago now, but she was beautiful. I destroyed the master of our clan and took his place. I took a wife, and for a time I was happy. I embraced this path. What is a life of a poisoner?" Evurn sighed. "I have been upon that thought myself. I once did just that." "You are a shadow elf, a surprise to see in this region. We are part of a crew of many who do not belong, but we came here for one, to cure a poisoned dwarf." "What was he struck with?" "A Dwemhar poison, or so we believe." The man laughed. "Then you need a Dwemhar, it would seem. Do you have one of those in your crew?" "Fresh out, as is this world." "Yes. My brothers and sisters ascended, and I no longer have a connection to those powers myself. But I keep a mind for healing. Where is the sick dwarf?" "Aboard the ship you saw, we assume," Fadis said. "So you went to the Elves and they sent the dwarf to the dwarves. Well, the dwarves have fired up their grand forges. They prepare for war. My kin have begun their own preparations. These lands darken with a quickening storm that is not of the natural kind." "I feared that," Evurn said. "Your kin. Where are they?" "They do not converse with me. I strolled upon purification and am thankful to have my life. My silent troll here is the main reason we remain safe, because the demon men would attack us at night if it were not for him." Fadis looked over at the large gray behemoth sleeping on his side. "There was a stark smell of blood with the morning lights, and my friends evidently found you. I guess you killed the 3 living in the caves? Good. They had killed many travelers on these lonely roads." Richt stood. "I plan to move myself and my companions to the south. War comes to these lands." He handed a parchment to Evurn. "We came upon riders from Taria. They were holding this." Evurn opened the parchment and noticed a map of a place he did not know. "Where is this?" "The Elven kingdom not too far from here. This is a copy." Evurn looked up at Richt. "The vampires?" "No, men of Taria, no doubt. They are a warmongering sort, and though the wars from years ago ravaged the lands once, the men of Taria will awaken to a new terror soon. You are a shadow elf. You sense it." "Where are they coming from, Richt? They are not your allies." "Oh, I do know." Richt laughed sarcastically. "I know, but I cannot answer that, for I do not know. I expect the coming darkness of night to have a second darkness, and I and my companions will not be here." "You tell us this freely?" Fadis asked. "You have nothing of value to us, but I have one request. The ship of yours will return with the still sickened dwarf, at least if it is Dwemhar poison. Transport me and my kind aboard your ship following the river to the south, and I'll attempt to heal the dwarf." Evurn looked around. "There are many of your friends here. They will not all fit on the ship." Richt smiled and took out a box from his robes. Opening the lid, he removed a single red crystal. He then took the crystal, inserting it into the top of his medallion before lifting it up. A flash of light blinded them for a moment, and then all the purified ones became a swarm of white lights, and the medallions sucked them up. Only the troll remained. Richt nodded. "We travel well. Now let us go to the river. We'll wait for your friends if you agree." Evurn nodded. "We will. I will speak with the captain, and I care little for the dwarf, but we will assist you if you'll heal him. We need to get away from this place." "You do." Fadis followed after Evurn and Richt as they began walking toward the river. "My son is in those elven woods," he said. "Evurn, are you listening?" "I am. I did not think you needed to tell me where your son is. What do you seek by telling me this again?" "Aren't you concerned with what is coming? The dwarves prepare for war. Taria has plans to the Elven kingdom. We must warn them." Evurn paused and turned. "The elves want us dead. Your son is more an elf than your son. If you know anything of the stubbornness and hard-headedness of dwarves, you will know half of the trouble with dealing with sprites. Sure, we can warn them, just like we can save the dwarf, and further risk ourselves in these lands. The Stormborn is our captain. Perhaps he knows more than we do of the current situation in some regard, but we will not place ourselves in the center of a battle unless it has to do with the vampires." Evurn turned and began walking again. "Short-sighted feuds only result in dead things. Vampires thrive in that environment. These lands are under threat, sure. I'll let the elves know, but they will need many more purification stones." "What are you not telling me, Evurn?" Richt touched Evurn on the back and spoke. "He is not telling you that there is an awakening coming. My kin will swarm this land, returning to life the fallen soldiers of the war from several years ago, and renewing their ranks to launch an attack on the elves that will destroy them. The vampires are not a foe easily beaten. They will let men, dwarves, and elves tear themselves apart, and then come in like carrion birds to eat those who have been maimed. Your friend has good purpose in leaving these lands, for a stain of cursed ground will take these green places. There is no stopping what comes, at least with any ease." They continued walking. Do you feel better, Ranger? What now will you change of your path? Fadis said nothing. Exactly why I didn't trouble you. Now, you can trust me to continue to look after you as much as I can. They came to the river and the land bridge. Ascending to the top, Evurn sat with his legs dangling over the river as Fadis surveyed the lands around them. The smoke from the dwarven mountains rose up in a great plume. Why would the dwarves help Taria? Fadis asked. Dwarves are creatures that take value in what they can claim, Richt said. They will take the mountains that were once theirs, but the cost of assaulting the Elven kingdom will be steep. There is no way this plays out well. Fadis caught a glimmer of something moving down the river. The Aela sunrise approached. Part 6. The Dwarven Problem. Valin noticed 2 figures on the land bridge ahead. Though both Avium and Brae were already up, Relia put an arrow to string and joined them. As they sailed underneath the land bridge, Evurn, Fadis, and their strange friend jumped upon the deck. Relia kept his bow bent upon the purified one. I am not your enemy, Richt said. I am of sound mind and strength. I wish to assist you with the coming darkness. Speaking of it, said Relia, what do you know of the dwarves? The dwarves? Asked Fadis. No. He shook his head. He pulled out the parchment, revealing the details of Sailmark. This is a copy, Relia said immediately. We caught spies on several occasions, but this means that whoever had this has gathered much information. Men of Taria, said Evurn. Further evils, elf, Richt said. My old kin gather power to return to the world in force. I believe the demon men will act soon. I must speak with your king and the archons. Richt paused, seeing the dwarf. He looked to Kurla. Is this the ill one I was told of? Kurla nodded. Yes. Relia went to stop Richt, but Fadis grabbed his arm. At that moment, Relia stared at him. Your face is the same. You are indeed the father of every. My son. Your son has been watching you since you arrived at the tavern in the village. He is a cunning warrior and as close to an elf as one can be without our blood. We shall speak of what you seek, but know he is of our race, Ranger. His family is within the trees. Richt knelt at Riller and placed his hands over him. At once, I could have purged this from him, but I no longer have access to my Dwemhar powers. You have the powers of the ancients? Asked Evium. I am an ancient, but to say that just seems strange. I was Dwemhar before I was a vampire, but it does not matter. I know these poisons. These were within Taria. We used a variation of another poison, but I believe I can obtain what is needed within the very woods of Sailmark. He looked to Relia. If I am allowed. All aboard the Aela Sunrise stared at Relia. The elf sighed and exhaled. Given the circumstance, we need allies more than ever. If you can help the dwarf, Purified One, and we can all agree not to kill one another, I will vouch for each of you who would not be deemed permissible in our kingdom. Even shadow elves? Evurn asked. Just don't eat me. Your race still eats their own, correct? We eat others, but I will resist. Evurn smiled. I have done well for many months as it is now. I serve the Stormborn. Unless he says to eat you, you're safe. Relia looked to Valin, who just slowly shook his head. Valin could see the woods ahead. The blue towers of the Elven defenses gleamed in the sunlight. As he could see the gateway of the riverway far ahead, he sighed. They were safe. Then came an explosion of fire and smoke. The gateway ahead was fractured, and a shockwave struck all those upon the deck of the ship. Valin had been knocked back, as had many on the ship. Relia pulled himself up first, and saw that the entire structure of the gateway was aflame and broken. Elven horns called across the woods. What treachery is this? Relia shouted. Fadis had been knocked out for a moment. His eyes sprung open, and he pushed himself up just as Relia jumped from the ship. Evurn pulled the ranger up to his feet before running to Valin, who now stood shakily at the helm. The rogue, her father, and Evium were okay, but as Ranger saw Bry, he noticed she was bleeding. "I will tend to them," Evurn said. "Go with Relia, check on those near the wall, and see if it's better we move back down the river. But if they are under attack, it is not the place of the Stormborn to protect this place." Fadis stared at Evurn. "My son is here, Evurn. I will protect this place until my son tells me he does not wish me to remain." Fadis turned, jumping to shore and hurrying to the broken walls. The river was still rocking from the explosion, and moving through the debris of bodies and broken walls, Fadis took his bow to hand and moved up the wall itself. Relia was kneeling at several elves who were injured but alive. "There was no warning. We saw only a disturbance in the river. He felt rumbling beneath our feet. By then, it was too late," one of the elves said. Fadis looked over to the Ayla sunrise. Though everyone was up now, Evurn disembarked and ran along the bank of the river. "Fadis! Relia! Something moves along the water!" Fadis ran to the edge of the broken wall, pulling arrow to cheek as he scanned the surface. Relia came up beside him. "It's the dwarves. It must be. They were messing with the river before, and they have disabled the gateway." About that time, several elves came upon the walls, and one knelt before Relia. "There are engagements on the outer perimeters to the far northern and eastern woods. Men have been spotted on the edge of Taria, and even now the great plains are filling with soldiers." "Taria means to attack?" Fadis asked. Relia glared at him and then looked toward the river gate. "It is not Taria that worries me." There was rumbling beneath them. "Send word to the king. Draw back all our people into the inner walls. Seal off the river and the path to the sea." The elf nodded. "The king summons our forces and plans to march to meet the enemy." Evium and Evurn were onto something in the river. "There!" Evurn shouted. "There is a form in the water." Evium was at the front of the Ayla sunrise. Her eyes closed and hands aloft. Her powers reached deep into the river. She could see beyond the murky depths, grasping that of subterfuge. Fadis tapped Relia on the shoulder and pointed toward the river. Evium pulled a metallic object not much larger than a man just to the surface of the water. "What is that?" Fadis questioned. Bry ran up near Evium as she focused her energies, drawing that which she grasped above the water and over the shattered walls. Fadis pulled back on his bow, seeing it was a figure. The elves next to him did the same. Evium saw her own folly. The form she had pulled from the water smashed mechanics on its chest and released large tubes that spewed air and gripped one of several large gold orbs on its chest. "Evium! Cast that creature from the ship!" Evurn shouted. Fadis released his arrows, and a volley of elven bolts followed his own. They struck the heavy armor of the dwarven diver as Evium tried to push the form away from the ship. In a flash of fire, the diver used its explosives, sending a shockwave of fire over the deck of the Ayla sunrise. Fadis stared as those aboard the ship attempting to cast wards, but the hot fire of dwarven dust used to form bombs to bring down the elven defenses sent a swath of destruction across the deck. "Valin!" Evurn shouted. The Ayla sunrise was on fire. Fadis went to jump down from the walls when explosions rocked the woods in the far distance, sending up plumes of smoke. Just behind them, the trees quaked and split as a large bore of hardened steel and dwarven ingenuity ripped apart the ground and emerged. With a hiss of steam, the top of the construct opened, and several more warriors, much like the diver Evium had pulled from the water, burst forward with their axes in hand. "The hammer songs of the West greet those who took our lands from our forefathers. Die, elves!" The hammer song blew into a small horn, and in a mere instant, more of the boar machines broke through the surface of the soil. Fadis saw more explosions in the woods further off, and the trees caught fire. Relia drew back on his bowstring. The elves near him did the same. A volley of elven arrows flew into the dwarves below them, but with a deep bellowing roar, the hammer songs, the elite warriors well known for their battle prowess, leaped atop the walls. The arrows did not pierce the tough armor of the dwarves, but the elven blades of the defenders would do the work needed. Explosions shook the outer walls again further down. Another large tower some distance away was engulfed in flames. Fadis gripped his sword, bringing it down on the helm of one of the dwarves, just for another to strike from below, throwing him back. Relia made a wide slash, breaking a piece of the dwarf's armor before Fadis gripped him and threw him down to the ground. The two other hammer songs had moved through many of the elves who had come, and it was not until Relia managed to knock the helm from the dwarf that an elven arrow from the woods struck the dwarf in the head. More elves had arrived, and one man. "Master Relia, we've engaged hammer songs within the city. The Archons move forward," the man said. It was Evri, the son of Fadis. Relia looked at Fadis and back to the young man before him. "Evri, thank you for that report. We must clear the dwarves from within our walls and prepare for a second attack. Taria approaches. We do not know what damage has been done to our defenses." "My friends and I will help," said Fadis. "Tend to your friends, father," Evri said. "I and the elves will defend this ground." Relia nodded and pointed to the gateway. He moved his hand along the wall and pressed several runes in sequential order. The gateway mechanisms opened. "We are sealing the way to the bay. Get the Ayla sunrise into the bay and take cover in the city. We will deal with this enemy." The elves and Evri began down the walls, likely planning to cut off further attacks as Fadis looked back to the riverway. Fadis jumped from the walls to Evurn, who was casting his magic across the deck of the Ayla sunrise. The fires were out, but the wood was still smoldering and the front portion of the ship was charred. Fadis joined Evurn on deck even as his mind thought of his son going to battle behind him. He shook his thought off and focused on those before him. Bry was up, as was Evium, but both had shrapnel from the bombs in their bodies. Kurla, too, was standing, but her father was not. Richt was over Burke, but the barkeep was no longer breathing. Kurla dropped to her knees, rubbing his chest, trying to rouse him, but it was futile. "He cast a ward," Evium said. "He shielded his girl and the dwarf." "And now he is dead," she shouted. "Show me to these dwarves and I will tear them apart." Fadis grabbed the woman as she went to move from the ship. "In time." She jerked away from him and then began to cry. "We need to move into the safety of the Elven city," Fadis said. Valin was up, but bleeding from the head. Evurn embraced him and set him down beside the helm. "I am fine, Evurn," Valin said. "Just rest, Captain. I will guide the ship in," he said. The Ayla sunrise lurched forward, moving through the gateway as arching flames rose high over the sky and exploded into the woods of the north. "The dwarves and men of Taria move on sail mark. There are hammer songs within the city walls," Fadis said. He checked his bow and then looked to the rogue, who gathered her own belongings, checking the elven blades she had been given before. They were now under the trees, but still not to the full safety of the harbor. "My son is out there," Fadis said. "Evurn, watch them. I go. Bry, Evium, the hammer songs may come at any point. Keep them away from the ship." "I will not bring them up," Evium said. "I will crush the lines that provide them air. They bore from beneath the ground. They craft tunnels. This is a multi-blade attack that seeks to leave the Elven kingdom bleeding. Let us hope these elves can defend their own woods." At that moment, A monstrous form within the trees moved with a crown of trees atop its head. It was a massive creature, formed of smooth white tree bark with eyes of glowing white. There were several other monstrous forms just alike to the first. "Druid keepers or tree watchers, as some know them," Evurn shouted. "Forest guardians of the goddess march within these woods." The billowing smoke was becoming darker, and the explosions of magic to the north sent bolts of lightning high into the air. More elven horn calls sounded, and lights across the woods in the high towers began to glow brightly. Crystals rose from the ground. "Dwemhar defenses," Evurn said. "The outer wall is breached." Fadis, Richt, and Kirla went to the side of the ship. "You go with us, Richt?" Fadis asked. "I belong in the fight. The elves think I am evil, as do the dwarves. It is time to show that I am a friend to those I wish. I am not some beast." "You should wait," Evurn said. "Your loyalties are to this ship and its crew, not the elves, Fadis." "I don't do this for the elves." Fadis jumped from the ship, followed by his two companions. They darted through the woods, leaping over crystal monoliths that seemed to scan them as they went, but even Richt and the purified ones, now released from his staff and running beside them, were left untouched. "These defenses will remove the soul from one's body, leaving it vulnerable," Richt said to them. "Then a Dwemhar can rip the life force from the body and draw the soul into the crystal as energy." "We are fresh out of Dwemhar," Kirla said. "No, they are still within the living realm. Though rare, you are Rusis, that I can sense, and in time you will be called to fight for the Ascended, that I know." Fadis could see the lights of the battle ahead. He put an arrow to string and ran up a fallen tree trunk just as a tree watcher hurled a massive boulder just in front of them, striking a dwarven machine that had just come out of the ground. Elven archons floated just above the forest floor, lightning ripping across the soil and electrifying the metal machines and killing the occupants inside. But from behind the machines came dwarves, and from the trees flew arrows, striking down the dwarven warriors in great swaths. The tree watchers moved through the trees, bending around the volleys of arrows and hurling the heavily armored hammer songs well away from the woods. But the woods were on fire, and more rocks fell from high above, further burning away the woods. It was then Fadis saw him. He saw Evri. His son was beside Relia. His boy was no mere boy. Flipping over the low swing of a hammer song, Evri thrust his knife into the neck of the warrior, rolling off just to draw back his bow, sending 3 arrows in succession into the hammer song. His son had a faster draw than him, and as the hammer song rushed him, he drew his sword as he jumped right and slashed in a passing motion. The hammer song swung backward with his hammer, a wave of energy sending a shock wave out that splintered the nearby trees. Evri was there, and then he wasn't, appearing in a flash of leaves high above the hammer song. In a downward thrust, he struck the hammer song, taking down his foe at last. Dwarves swarmed him, and Fadis and Kirla sent a volley of arrows into the fray. Relia ran and jumped upon more of the dwarves as Richt ran up the broken wall, brandishing a long spiked chain and ripping the dwarves atop the wall. "May this shell of a Dwemhar bring honor to these woods. I am purified of the darkness, and I shall bring light upon those who work folly now." The elves paused, seeing the strange sight of a man. The dwarves did not halt, and several came upon him. He slung his spike into the nearest and ripped the jaw of the dwarf out, slapping 2 others before screaming out a battle cry. The dwarves approaching stopped and fled the other way. He lowered his weapon just as several elves ran up beside him with bows bent. Fadis was curious what the elves would do, as it seemed Richt was too, but instead of striking down the purified ones, they sent volleys against the dwarves who were in retreat. Relia spun his sword in the air. "To the edge of the burning woods. We do not let our enemy encroach upon our lands. Elves of Sailmark, forward!" Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Valin stared past the blood running down from his forehead. The front of the Aela sunrise was still smoldering, and he was amazed that somehow the sail of the ship had survived. Bry tended to the body of Burke, covering it with a heavy cloth, and then tending to the dwarf, still unconscious, but having been protected by the ward created by Evurn. Valin noticed Evurn was crying, something he had not seen the woman do before. "We will get the ship to port and then join the others. From the explosions and quakes we can feel on the water, I suspect our friends will need us." Bry and Evurn looked at him, and Evurn shifted his staff between his hands. "Truly," Bry said, "we must protect this realm. We must assist the elves as needed." "If you're seeing opinions, my captain, I'd say we hold our place upon the waters and await Fadis, or not." Evurn jerked her glance toward him. "So it is so simple for you to abandon our crew, Evurn?" "It is not the task of the Stormborn to guard these elves. The ship has already taken damage." "So you would leave Fadis here in Sailmark and flee?" Evurn shouted toward him. "We came here to find his son, and to heal this still sickened dwarf upon our deck. We will not abandon our friend." "Evurn does not seek that," Valin said. "He seeks to protect myself and this ship, and while I can see his point of view, I am captain. I did not rise against the Barb King and sail into the protected realm of Urlas because I was seeking safety. I did it because it needed to be done. When we reach the harbor, we will do what is needed to rally those not yet fighting and join the Elves and Fadis, as well as Kirla and Richt. Even if you wish, stay and guard the ship. I agree the vessel is important, but we will protect our friends too." Evurn and Evurn were now quiet. Evurn shuffled over to Valin and bowed. "My captain, we will do as you seek. I only wish to serve the Stormborn, and when the explosion rocked across the deck, I believed I had failed you." "He will not die that easily." Bry laughed. "I won't let him." The Rooses smiled and then turned to look out in front of the ship. Valin took a deep breath. The Elven harbor had been attacked as well, and at least 2 ships of the many still at moor had caught aflame. Valin made a circle through the harbor itself. The way out to the ocean, the great gateway in the distance, was still intact, but many buildings along the coastline were burning. "Elves! In the water!" shouted Bry. Valin brought the ship along the northern shore, seeing many bodies amongst a few treading water. He moved the ship near those in the water, and they worked to pull those still alive on deck. Valin looked up to see a flash of elven steel on the shoreline. A Sailmark warrior, bloodied and beaten, held a stance on the beach. 2 dwarves heavily armored like the one before backed the elf against the water. "Hammer song!" Valin shouted. Evurn glanced up just as the dwarves cleaved into the elf, and before Evurn could send his own attack, Valin engaged the ship's weapons, sending a blast of white energy from the deck of the ship to the shoreline, engulfing the 2 hammer songs. "You are of the Dwemhar?" one of the elves shouted. "The realm ship of old. I had thought it a joke when it was told to me that the ship was in our waters. But truly, you are here. The Dwemhar have returned just as darkness grips our lands. You are our saviors." "Not Dwemhar," said Evurn, "but this is a realm ship, and we will do what we can." Valin turned the ship from the shore and headed back to the moor near the gateway to Sailmark. It was then explosions rocked the water, and great fireballs erupted above the once pristine waters of the cove. The remaining elven ships exploded, sending chunks of wood and burning metal into the sky. The waters rolled with shock waves. Valin scanned his surroundings, looking for another attacker or any sight of the dwarves. He moved toward the mooring. "Everyone will disembark," he ordered. "I will raise the wards of the ship, and we will move into Sailmark." As Valin moved the ship into moor, the locks engaged, securing the vessel, and they began to offload. Elves at the main gates noticed many of their own being assisted off the vessel and rushed to assist, carrying both the sickened dwarf and the deceased body of the rogue's father. Valin checked that he had what he needed, and then felt for his sword. Evurn was waiting for him. "I do think it partly foolish to leave our ship, but I do as commanded." "The ship will be fine. Let's get the others to safety and then see how we can help." Evurn smiled. "Far from the young boy you once were. The Dwemhar should be proud to have such a caring captain aboard their ship." "My ship," Valin laughed. Valin moved one of the crystals near the mast of the ship, and the ship began to hum. As they both disembarked, a golden ward surrounded the ship. "This will remain until I return, or so I understand it." "Reading the books on the ship again?" Evurn asked. "Always." As they joined the others moving through the gateway, they followed the pathway up to a large circle on white trees. It was here that other injured were gathered in one spot. The bright staves of the Elven archons bathed the injured in healing lights as none other than the King of Sailmark himself arrived. "You saved some of our city, and your friends are engaged with our perimeter guards as we speak. Valin, your assistance, as well as that of your crew, is much appreciated in this darkening hour." "We seek to help," Valin told him. The king looked at the still sickened dwarf. "I am sorry you have not found a way to heal your friend. One who can is amongst us, a purified one," Evurn said. The elf king's eyes widened. "A purified one, you say?" "Indeed, even now he assists your warriors," Evurn said. "He was a Dwemhar," Aviam said. "Once cursed as a vampire, he is now without powers but full of knowledge." "I see. Strange times. Let us survive what is upon us, and then I'd be willing to talk to this purified Dwemhar." The ground quaked again. Great fires leaped up, and smoke filled the sky. "The woodlands are on fire, and even now, the very ground quakes with the dwarven menace upon us. Archons of Sailmark, prepare to move to the front." Valin noticed that many more elves were appearing around them. These elves, bearing large wooden staves and wearing flowing robes of green and gold, were wrapped in whimsical lights as fairies danced around them. One of the archons approached the king. "War summonings have been sent south. The rune portals are open. We have word that those of Fickmark have already begun this way. Suvasel will be eager for a fight. Let us end this enemy and anger the old warrior king. With hope, we will have secured the woods before he can even get here." He laughed. "All archons, move to the outer perimeter to protect our warriors. Give signal for the archons to awaken the still sleeping tree watchers and move the ancients to the edge of the woods. Taria and the dwarf wretches move against us." Valin watched as the many archons transfigured to that of white wolves, howling in unison to the sudden surprise of Iviam and Bry. The pack of archons moved with haste away from the area, and the king looked to Valin. "Do all of you seek to fight?" "Yes," he replied. At that moment, an explosion of earth and rock peppered the area as dwarven machines chewed up the roads and hammer songs emerged. At the gateway, explosions turned the gate to a molten mass. Several dwarves leaped up and over the burning gateway. The king drew his sword and a staff, sending a blast of green fire at the nearest hammer song. A barrage of ice struck the other as Bry and Aviam attacked in unison. From the gateway, another dwarf emerged. This one wielded a staff of magic. Bolts of lightning streaked upward from the dwarf, striking the many crystals high above the city streets, meant to protect the realm. "Witchcraft and cursed dwarven power!" the Elf King shouted. "That is how you dwarves have succeeded against the ancient defenses. I was foolish to believe us secure." The dwarf wizard cackled. "You were foolish to take a breath in my presence, elf." The dwarf ordered his minions forward as more dwarves emerged from the tunneling machines. Valin drew his sword, moving with haste beside elven warriors moving in from the northern part of the city. A flurry of arrows softened the dwarven line as the hammer song leading them fell to the sudden barrage, dropping to his knees before Bry struck him with a blast of ice. As Valin and Bry fought the dwarves from the tunnels, Evurn and Avium assisted the king. It was barely a fight with so many swarming the dwarf wizard. A blast of green fire deflected by the dwarf was answered with a barrage of burning stones. Evurn struck the ground, sending vines in an arc, striking the dwarves around the wizard before Avium sent a blast of white energy with her Dwemhar powers. The dwarf dodged and laughed. "So the mystics are correct. The Dwemhar moved to return to our realm?" "Your mystics are foolish," Evurn said. "You know nothing of us." "A shadow elf? Here? Even stranger. You may even be spared in the coming wars, shadow elf." The wizard lifted his staff. The air around them became hazy, and from high above the clouds, raining stones of fire that broke through the treetops struck them. Evurn and Avium crafted wards, and at that moment the Elf King threw down his staff, lunging at the wizard with his blade. In a flash of red, the King of Sailmark struck down the wizard, who was too concentrated on his spell of raining fire. "Your dwarves should flee!" he shouted. Avium floated above the ruins of the city streets, sending several shockwaves that collapsed the tunnels created from the dwarven machines. Valin struck another dwarf who had turned to see what Avium did, and Bry focused her Rusis magics into the hole where several more dwarves had taken temporary cover. Their screams were sudden and short. Valin looked around. The city streets were secure. There was a strange quietness and a melody in the air. "The rune gates," said the king. He ran up the northern road and the others followed him. Valin noticed that they moved up a steep path to a ring of standing stones where a strange mist was in the air. Fogs rolled through the stones, and the king made a slight bow as he reached the circle. A man stood in the mists with many others around him. "I am Tusk, Archon of Fickmark. We have heard your call, king, and my lord Suvasel comes with haste. We will not let the grand city of Sailmark be insulted as such. Let us proceed to the front." The arrival of Fickmarkian elves was enough to bring a large smile to the king's face. "By the light of Ether, we are blessed," he said. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Fadis and Evri ran beside one another. "Fadis, I have heard much of you. I knew you were my father back in the tavern, of course, but I never believed you to be so stupid as to try to sneak into this place." Fadis laughed. "Then you did not hear correctly of me. It seems trouble is upon your home." "Trouble is always here, but I do believe it has taken a darker path as of late. Your bow is welcome here. Just try to keep up." Evri sprinted ahead, and Fadis cowered for a moment as several large tree watchers jumped to the forefront of the elves, pushing down the burning trees ahead of the elves in an attempt to save the not yet burning trees still standing. As they reached the edge of the woods and could see across the wide plains to a massive army bearing the banners of the kingdom of Taria, a volley of flaming rocks flew high into the air. The elven archons were in form just behind the tree watcher and archers, and in a great wave of blue magic created wards that expanded upward and blocked the barrage. Fadis had never seen so many elves from this side of the battle line. He also knew that they would hold back as long as they could, using the trees for cover as their archers fired repeated volleys. "What is the king doing?" he asked. "What do you mean?" Relia said, looking up and down the gathering of elves in the trees. "He may be a fool, but he is not this bad of a tactician to charge directly into the elven lines. The open field, the great expanse. He would not send his men to so needlessly die. There is something else at work here." Evri had gathered several others of those like himself. We shall move as leaves, shifting over toward the rear lines. We will kill this king and end this. A bit direct. Talks like a ranger, Kurla said with a smile. Evri glanced at her and Fadis before looking back at Relia. Relia simply stared. Hold the line here, Evri. We are not blades of Urlas. They'll never make it across the field, and perhaps sanity can still come from this. Wards up! Shouted Archons down the line. Fadis glanced across the field to see a flash of blue that shot across the field, followed by a volley of flaming rocks. Shattering ice struck the orbs of magic outstretched above the battle line, and at least 2 of the walking trees were struck with icy shards. Magic? Relia questioned. Rusis, Kurla said. There are many Rusis somehow, working with the king. We dealt with them before, she said, looking at Fadis. The repeated blasts of icy magic had altered the makeup of the wards, and an explosion of fire caused multiple wards to shatter, engulfing the Elven line. Lord Relia, Evri said, our advantage is naught. We must advance. Several Archons, now bleeding with their fellow elves in disarray, cast healing light as quickly as they could. Horns called across the plains. The banners of Taria marched forward, with Rusis casting large wards at their fore. We must close the distance! Sailmark must not be stained by the wretched race of men! Evri shouted. Fadis put an arrow to string. Not too sure about the wretched comment my son makes, but another volley will leave the way open. We still wait on reinforcements. Relia looked behind him at the open woodlands with very few other elves joining them. Up and down the burning line of elves, he guessed their numbers at 200 strong. Sound horns advance. Archons, we must move with haste to avoid bombardment. Keep your attacks against the Rusis wards. Shatter the bastards. Elves, defend our sacred woods. Elven horn calls came as Taria sent another arching volley of flaming stones. Richt shouted, We must charge with the elves! He unleashed his purified ones, and they snarled before running well ahead of the elves. The elves charged forward, arrows released in quick unison as Archons sent explosive blasts at the wards protecting the Taria line. Several wards shattered, but a volley of spears struck the Elven lines even as bowstring twanged in response. Fadis and Kurla were falling slightly behind, unable to keep the constant pace of their agile companions. This worked out well, considering the brunt of the spears striking the front of the Elven line. Fadis worked toward his son, but in a flash of green leaves rising in the sky, he only saw the power his son was able to wield. The elves flew over the battlefield like a sudden green burst, something he had never seen when fighting elves. But perhaps that was the point. He'd never fought elves in the open like this. The forces of Taria were much different from what he knew before, but it was not simply the fighting style, and it was not just Taria. From behind the Rusis wards and behind the shields of the first line of Taria, dwarves pushed forward. Their shields stacked 3 high, and pushing directly into the elves was the first of many prongs of engagement. But Evri and his warrior brothers were upon the Rusis, cutting a swath in the lines of attack and causing the forces of Taria to hold their ground and lock shields. Fadis drew back on his bow, sending an arrow at one of the nearest Rusis, catching her in the head. Kurla moved just to his right. Her daggers flew with a spinning gleam, striking several dwarves in the few open spots of their armor. But the elves were small in number, and though they worked their way to dispatch the Rusis, it was the giant trees, druid keepers, that made the most damage, pushing through the lines, kicking and slapping at the men who stood in their way as they brought vengeance for the dying and burning woods behind them. The tree giants smacked and stomped the catapults, tossing the burning hot oils into the formed lines of men behind the siege engines. Fadis ducked from a dwarven axe, forgoing his bow and drawing his long sword. Fadis rushed beside Lord Relia and caught a blade moving for the elf's chest. It was a Rusis behind the hilt. The man dropped his sword and summoned flames within his hands. Fadis lunged, sending his blade through the man's right hand and piercing his side just as Relia took off the other hand of the Russus. "You will all die!" the Russi shouted. "We of the East have seen it! May pale moon fall upon dark soul. May those of the red shadows come." Relia thrust his blade through the Russus's throat. "Enough of that," Relia said. The tree giants had destroyed the catapults, but the men of Taria were now actively attempting to take down the tree beasts. Elven horns sounded. Fadis and Relia looked back to Sailmark and saw the lines of the king's men assembling and advancing. "Fall back to Sailmark! Rally! Rally to the king!" "We fall back?" asked Fadis. "We rain death upon them. Men are weak. They'll falter and retreat." It was a strange timing that Lord Relia made a motion to fall back, for just as he did, more horns sounded, and horsemen rode hard upon their western flank. It was an obvious move to trap them and cut them off, but now in motion, the remaining elves and druid keepers could not be contained. As the elves ran for their woods, many of them drew arrows mid-run, sending volleys at the horsemen meant to run them down. Horse and rider fell into the grasslands, and while some cut through, by the time they had reached spear range on the elves, they had so many arrows in their bodies they could barely continue. Richt was the first one to nearly reach the king in the woods, and had it not been for Relia rushing between him and the king, he would have been killed by the elves guarding the king. "My king, the Purified One, fights alongside, not against." "Truly? I had heard some of this from our guests. There is much to discuss." The king drew his blade. "Brave elves of Sailmark, you held the line. Accolades are for the weak, though. It is time to rally all our forces. It is time to stop Taria and the insult they throw upon us this day." Fadis noticed Avium, Evurn, Brai, and Valin, and they rushed to one another. "You're alive," Evurn said. "Good. We have managed to survive as well, but this bloodshed will continue. Men and elves slaughter each other for no decent reason at all." "And dwarves," said Valin. Fadis stared at Evurn. "You are from the east. Do you know of Russus in your people's order?" "Russus in the east were always rare, but their skills were sought after, though many were afraid due to—" He glanced at Aveum, "the past and who wrought the Great Terror. She had many in her service, but why?" "A Russus warrior I fought," he said. "You will all die. We of the East have seen it. May pale moon fall upon darkening souls. May those of the red shadows come." Evern's shadow elf eyes grew, and he glanced at the king. "Protect your king!" he shouted. "The enemy moves for him this day. Only shadow elves use magic such as that." The king looked to Evern. "Dear elf, this day blades move for all of us. I thank you for your concern, but of such things I have little thought. I will have no elf die for me, yet I am willing to die for any of them." The elves had formed into 3 battle lines. The tree giants stood just in front of them, hurling stones at the formations of Taria advancing across the fields. With a sudden horn call, the druid keepers stepped from the 4 of the elven lines, and the elves fired several volleys down range. The mass amounts of arrows caused the lines of Taria to stagger, but they did not stop. "This king seeks death, it seems. Why the blind rage against us?" "He will not hold against both the might of Sailmark and Fiekmark," the Archon Tausk said. "Indeed," Lord Relia stated. Every suddenly ran to both the king and Relia. He was bloodied, and his face blackened. Several other elves who had been with him collapsed near the back of the lines. "Their king is not there. We searched their camp. Their armies march without their king." "Not likely," Fadis said. "The king enjoyed jeering of his great actions even if he never fought from the front. He even commissioned artists to paint the battles as they happened. He is here, somewhere." Without sounding horn or beating drum, the right flank of the battle line was suddenly engaged. Not men, but dwarves. Hammer songs were with them. Lord Relia ordered the nearest men to turn in advance, breaking the solid line at the front, but moving to protect their flank. "Protect the king," Evurn told Evium and Bry. "Watch for that which is not seen," he specified to Evium. "Shadow elves?" Evium asked. "Perhaps, but perhaps not. I do not know what Erusis would be doing with my brethren, but it cannot be for goodwill." Valin and Fadis moved with Lord Relia. Kirla followed behind, claiming a spear to add to her arsenal. Most of her knives were spent. Evurn joined them too, running alongside Valin. The elves engaged the flanking dwarves. Fadis looked for his son, but Evri had remained behind. He was suddenly torn to go back to where his son was, but it wasn't like his son needed his assistance. Smoke rolled through the barren woods. In the shadows of the deep plumes, the dwarven battle line of the Harkonnen dwarves moved with an organized haste. The shield wall of the dwarves was strong, the curved, hammer-tempered shields with tall points that were twice the height of the dwarfs themselves protected them from the barrage of arrows the elves sent their way. Dwarven magic sparked behind their lines, sending bolts of lightning up and through the tree, exploding into the soil and dropping several elves near the front of the line. Evurn responded with a trio of vines that erupted from the ground and spread out like the angry tentacles of a sea monster, slapping into the shield lines, and like the lyrics of a song, the elves loosed arrows into the gap, breaking the line just enough for the elven Archon Tosh to release his magic of liquid fire, spraying into the gap. Lord Relia ran ahead of the line, jumping into the dwarven fray and splitting their line. Kirla followed Fadis and Valin. The ranger parried a dwarven spear and then gripped a nearby shield, pulling the dwarf off balance for Valin to stab it in the throat. While dwarven armor was tough, it had weak spots at the neck and under the arms, though under the arms was a difficult spot to get, especially now that the dwarves had ceased the battle line mentality and prepared for fighting dwarf versus elf. Dwarf axes met elven swords. The song was like that of the many hammers of a forge, smashing and clinking, but it was the solo song of a hammer song, the stout dwarf swinging in an arching circle, sending waves of melody and blood in a serenade of death that took the attention of the elven captains who directed their arrow fire. Arrows plinked against his hardened armor, and Valin could hear the exhales of the angered warrior. Fadis and Kirla engaged the beast of a dwarf, moving quicker than the hammer song and avoiding the smashing force of his hammer. Kirla's throwing daggers did nothing but aggravate him. She thrust her spear at his chest, but the dwarven armor could not be pierced. Valin ran at an angle, sliding through the ash of the elven trees and slashing at the hammer song's knee. He roared in anguish, spinning and just missing the captain's head. Valin gripped hot ash and tossed it toward the dwarf, just getting some of it in the slits of his helmet. Another volley of arrows pelted the dwarf, and Fadis leaped, thrusting his blade into the neck of the dwarf. The hammer song collapsed, finally bested. But more dwarves were coming. Another line approached. Fadis looked back to the ranks of Taria and could see the King of Sailmark engaged with the forces of men. Lord Relia spun his sword to rally those nearby. "Elves of Sailmark, form ranks!" More horns called. Another line of dwarves came from the west. Fadis glanced at Kirla and Valin before shouting to Lord Relia, "The lines converge! We must fall back and regroup with the main line!" A few more Archons emerged from the woods. The Fickmark elf Tusk lifted his staff. "My brothers arrive!" Fadis turned to see at least 20 Archons in the same red raiment as Tusk. They moved into the battle line, and while 2 of them formed a healing ward over the host, the others worked in unison. With them were several more Archons of Sailmark. These went to the king's line and did the same there. While he had been healed before by Evium, feeling the warm invigoration of the Archon's spells was a much-needed reprieve, though it would be short-lived. Lord Relia slammed his blade into the ground. He drew back an arrow, and his bow began to glow a hue of blue. He released, and a crack split the air as the arrow flew into the line, advancing from the east, exploding in a blast of blue. He drew back another. This time, several other elves did the same. His enchanted arrow blew a hole in the dwarven line coming from the north, and the secondary volley took down more of the attackers. The archons went to work now. The winds shifted around the host, and lines of clouds moving over the top of the woods absorbed the arcane powers of the elven wizards. Lightning struck the ground, bouncing through the dwarves and their heavy armor. Another hammer song appeared with the new host, and with him came another Rusis. Evurn gripped his staff with both hands, angling it toward the Rusis. The tip flashed green, and a blast struck the Rusis. The man fell to the ground as vines clinched around his throat. Another hammer song was moving through the smoke, and a third line of dwarves converged with the other two. Relia sent several arrows toward this new host, but a ward expanded outward. Another dwarven magic caster was in the attackers' group. Horns sounded again. This time, it was the king's horns. The signal was loud and hard. "The king is sounding the song of Sirao. The lines are breaking." Teosk looked toward Relia. "My people will not let us down." Relia ripped his sword from the ground and drew his dagger. "Perhaps they will come before Etha's light shines on our people. Elves of Sailmark, your homes are beyond these lines. Hold! Do not let these tunnel dwellers through." The elves shouted in unison as the long horn calls of the elves sounded. Archons flung more spells in rapid succession, blasting back the dwarven line. Avium floated up above the host, much to the surprise of Tosk. "A Dwemhar?" "Just a bit," Valin said. Avium's eyes flashed white, and in a brilliant show of arcane light, she threw a flurry of white orbs from her fingertips, striking at random upon the many attackers. Fadis and Evurn moved in front of Valin. The dwarven pincer movement was about to close upon them. Flaming jars of dwarven dust landed just paces away. Explosions sent up plumes of smoke and elves. Valin could see the faces of the dwarves. Several of them threw axes, and elves attempted to parry the projectiles. More horn calls went across the battlefield, but these were not the horns of dwarves or men. The ground was trembling. A lone owl flew over the treetops. "Citra!" Lord Relia shouted out. The owl circled high above and then screeched. Suddenly, the dwarves sounded their own horns. Sliding to a stop in their charge, the dwarves hesitated. More horn calls, and then it sounded as if the horn was stopped prematurely. Relia ran to the front of the line. "Advance! Elves of Sailmark!" The lines moved in unison, taking the dwarves by surprise, as Valin noticed several large stags charging through the dwarven line from their flank. Elves atop the mounts used massive spears, and as he ran to keep up with the others, they emerged through the smoke to see a great elven host with banners flying in the setting sun. Fickmark had arrived. Several hammer songs were cut off from retreat. There were 3 of them, and no elf could get close to the orb of death they had secured on the battlefield. Avium and Tosh took flanking positions, sending spells at the massive dwarves that over and over the hammer songs were able to deflect. A stag turned away from the host it was with, and the elf atop it headed for the hammer songs. Valin watched as the rider stood atop the back of the beast, a curved elven blade in hand. The stag struck the rear hammer song, and the elf leaped from the mount, driving his blade into the toppled hammer song. The massive deer was at least 4 times the size of a horse, and while its rider was separated from it, it remained close and ready to fight alongside the rider. The hammers of the 2 other dwarves responded with a resounding clang upon the ground, sending shock waves of earth into the air. Relia and Fadis moved forward, engaging the distracted foes. The elf who had leaped from his mount had engaged both hammer songs, and while Relia and Fadis distracted and pestered the hammer songs, this elf managed to wedge his sword into one of the hammer song's neck. The last one went to flee, but the stag lowered its horns, and the hammer song turned just for the stag's rider to thrust his blade into his face. More horns sounded, this time from Taria. The lines of men were in retreat. Valin sheathed his sword, seeing now many elves surrounding this one elf who removed his helmet and knelt before Lord Relia. "We of Fickmark come to the aid of our brothers," the elf said, standing. The owl flying above came to land on his shoulder. "Ruach of Fickmark, I see your faithful friend remains just that. When I saw Citra flying above, I knew salvation had come." Valin stared at Ruach. While the elves of Saelmark wore fine raiment and had a particular grace to their presentation, this elf and his companions still chasing the dwarves who were in retreat had a much different look. Ruach's armor was bulkier and showed signs of wear. The weapons this elf had were much more than just a sword or spear. He had an axe, several knives, and a magic rod, something Valin had never seen beyond a book. "My lord Suvasel brings a great host," Ruach said. "I am but the forward guard. We came upon a great construct upon the river, a wooden bridgeway, and a strong dwarven defense line. I do think the dwarves will no longer bother the elves of Saelmark. We will speak with our king. We'll see if these dwarves seek to parley with us." My lord would have arrived, but he took a direct path of negotiation. Fickmark elves have advanced into Harkinock. They will kill all who do not lay down their weapons. My lord King Suvasel will not stand for aggression against the elves. Fadis bowed. "Ruach of Fickmark, thank you for coming this day. I am Fadis. This with me is Evium, Evurn, Valin, and Richt." "A purified one," Ruach said. He looked to Relia. "Does our king know of this?" "Dark times, my brother. The arrival of Valin and his crew from the north upon a realm ship of old is but another part of what comes." At this moment, King Tursua arrived. "Ruach of Fickmark, thank you for coming with haste, though I expected your lord's son, Evasel, to head the forward force of Fickmark." "I will not speak ill of the lord's son, but his place has never been at the front of a battle line." "Indeed." The king nodded. "Well, there are more questions that must be answered now, and we will see if the king of Taria seeks to speak with us. There are many injured who must be cared for, and dead who must be honored. The elves of Vumark will guard the fields, and no army will assail this place again without us knowing. We must see if this attack has the substance to begin again. There are many dead. It seems Saelmark made quite a stand this day, though, from the smoke rising in the woods. There were many attacks within the woodland realm." "Yes, dwarves managed to breach our defenses." "Brave dwarves," Ruach said. "Brave but stupid." The king laughed and embraced Ruach. Fadis and Evurn looked at one another, and then to the king. Evurn bowed. "King of Saelmark, I and my companion know we were welcomed with the coming of battle. What do you say of us now? Part 7. Fall of the Crown." Ruach glanced at the king, curious about both his answer and the strangers before him. The king nodded. "I stated it, so I mean it. No action or inaction would have changed that, but the truth is, you and your companions assisted in the defense of Saelmark. You have my thanks and the thanks of all of Saelmark. To defend that which one holds no allegiance to takes gold or character. I did not offer you gold." Several other elves approached, along with Fadis's son. "We have pushed them back, along with the help of Fickmark," Evri said, bowing to Ruach. "Evri, it is good to see you. Perhaps we can go hunting once again when the winds of war have subsided." "Agreed," he said. "I do hope this is it for now. The enemy is in retreat, and they dare not assail these woods again. Perhaps we can strike them where they sleep." "Young master," the king said, "they are a beaten kingdom, unable to harm us, and it is the dwarves I more worry of." "My lord Suvasel," Ruach said, "has already dealt a blow to them. Upon his arrival, I'll expect that we will have some form of a treaty with the dwarves, or perhaps there will just be no more dwarves to discuss things about. You know of the warriors of Fickmark. We do not take lightly to this attack. With our army comes masons and those to help restore your walls. It seems that even the old Dwemhar defenses failed in this attack." The Purified One pushed himself between the elves, glaring at each of them, much to the disgust of Ruach and Evri. "You all gripe about the races of the living when a true darkness approaches. Do not worry yourself with those who breathe the air of life and eat from the fruits of wild game and growing things of the soil. That which craves blood shall come." He looked to the king. "A council, words with those of Sailmark that matter. Lord Relia spoke of something as that. I believe it is time before warmongering leads us away from the true danger." Fadis and Valin both were waiting for Ruach to slash Richt. The elf was obviously angered, and his grip on his sword was only released with the king raising his hand for him to stop. "We return to Sailmark and tend to what is needed, and tonight we will speak. We must make sure the city is secure, and that my people can sleep well." Fadis went with Valin and the others to journey back to Sailmark. Richt and Kirla were with them too. Evurn and Aveum worked with the Archons to tend to the injured, and Aveum even managed to convince the elves to tend to those of both Taria and the dwarven army who were injured. Though their rivalries were still present, it seemed mentions of the grace of Ether was enough for most of the elves to have a minuscule amount of compassion. Arriving back at Sailmark, Fadis and the others proceeded to the Tower of the King. It was here many of the injured, as well as the body of Kirla's father and the dwarf, were taken. Richt went to work attempting to heal him as the others sat on the terrace, looking out to the woods. The evening waned on, and darkness took the woods. Fadis stared into the trees, listening to the sounds of owls above them. Evurn was sitting cross-legged and scraping a pipe he was given by a random elf as a gift. "Something about helping," Evurn had said. Aveum was pacing near Kirla and Richt, while Valin was asleep with Bry in his arms. The two of them were lying on a bench near the railings of the terrace. Evri appeared, slowly approaching until he caught eyes with Fadis. The ranger stood and met his son before he reached the terrace. "Still wearing a sword? I had thought the king said we were safe," Fadis said. Evri looked him up and down, noticing he too was wearing a sword. "Seems you don't believe him either." "It's kind of my way of thinking. I see you do not have complete trust in the elves, as it seems." Evri shook his head, staring over at Richt and trying to figure out what he was doing. "I trust them with my life. I just do not trust our enemy." Evri pulled his tunic to the side and pulled a silver amulet off his skin. A few drops of blood ran down his chest. "What happened?" asked Fadis. "It is how we of the Leaves of Sailmark do as we do. These were gifts," he said, handing the amulet to Fadis. "Gifts from the Dwemhar of ages ago. Our armor is like that of their own, but could not be used by us without this. It provides a connection to the Dwemhar magics, though artificial. It binds with our blood, allowing man or elf, obviously, to operate the armor." Fadis and Evri walked to a balcony some distance away from the others. "I am sorry I waited so long to return for you," Fadis said. "After the war and your mother and you—" "I know of the story. I know she was married to another man. I remember him. I also remember the first time I saw the elves so close to our house. I was scared. The elf who took me in, the one you fought with, her name was Elian. She died only a few days ago, killed by a vampire along our northern border." "Vampire? So close?" Every sighed. They are moving closer, and more often we hear their whispers. The bane of Sailmark will be these blood beasts. A special assembly has been called to speak with Richt, and at midnight we will hear what the Purified One says. Fadis stared at Evri, seeing a reflection of himself. This is your home, Evri. I had come to take you from this place, but doing so would seem a disservice. You like serving aboard the ship with this crew? I do. They are like a family to me. Then it seems we both have our family. As it is, I must protect these lands. I belong under the trees of Sailmark. I am happy I do not have to explain that further. I apologize for my deceit with our first meeting. Such lies have their place, even among the elves. Evri bowed to Fadis and then went toward Richt. Fadis was not upset by his son's words, but he felt a deep stirring in his convictions. No decisions in the coming days would be easy. Richt had been at work for some time, mixing up many different ingredients. As Fadis joined Kurla and Evri, Evurn too appeared. You make a concoction of yew bark with northern pine oil, but I have not seen the nut you grind up, Evurn said. It is Varmark pine nut, a native ingredient, prized for its ability to be easily carried around and eaten at a later time. More importantly, starfire pebbles. He revealed several small blue orbs suspended in liquid. These grow near the rivers that run through the woods. The seeds themselves can be used to carry water a great distance. You can place one of these in a dry stone basin overnight, and by morning you will have a basin full of water. You are using oils and seeds, said Kurla. What magic do you impart into this? This is a Dwemhar curse. I very much know what it is, my lady, and you must be patient. You could say just, make a cure, but Dwemhar magic is peculiar. You must heal the mind with the body to fully become anew. Richt used a nearby candle over the concoction he had made. He then picked up several sprigs of herbs and set them in the smoldering mash. Smoke billowed, and he blew it over the dwarf. The dwarf quivered and began to sweat. The curse leaves him, but only partially. Richt picked up a nearby bowl and ground up several different granules before adding just a bit of water. He drew a knife, and before Kurla could protest, he stabbed the knife in the dwarf's shoulder. "What are you doing?" Kurla asked. "Stop!" Evurn grabbed Kurla, who was attempting to stop Richt. Richt spread open the wound and pushed in the contents of the bowl. While holding pressure, he picked up a pouch and dusted an ethereal glowing pink powder over the wound. "Fairy dust," he told them. "I have delivered both antidotes, one for the aura and mind, and one for the body. He shall sleep many more hours, but then you will find the curse has vanished from his body." Kurla embraced him. She lay her head on his chest and then looked up to Richt. "His heart beats slower now." The dwarf began to snore. "He hasn't snored at all since he was stricken. He truly is improving." Richt bowed as several archons came into the room. "The dwarf is healed now, yes?" they asked Richt. "Yes, at least by what can be done for now. What is it you need?" At that moment, the king emerged, bowing to them slightly. They bowed in return. "We assemble the archons at this midnight hour. I would seek Evurn and Fadis to be present on behalf of the captain who sleeps, and for witness if Richt's words are questioned in such a way that they may provide wisdom. Richt, my archons will take you before the council." "As you wish, good king," Richt said. They departed, and the king looked at those sleeping nearby. "I am glad they get to rest. The perimeters are well guarded here, but the darkness has crept upon the wood. The skeletons of trees left over from the battle draw shadow upon us. Taria has seemingly fallen back from their forward positions, but do remain still within distance to attack. The dwarves have vanished." "All good," Fadis said. Evri came from behind Fadis. "But Taria remains?" "For now, Evri." Evri tightened his fists. "We should move to strike. We have the forces to envelop them. We must not allow them to regroup." "Counsel first, young one," the king said. "Taria was bold, but their strength was in their dwarven allies. Our Fickmarkian cousins have made sure the dwarves felt the price of coming against the elves. Taria is but a distraction as of now. Come, let us all go to the Archon chambers. The Purified One shall perhaps tell us much." The king led them from the area where the others were sleeping, down a side stairwell and down a long hall. At the far end of the hall were 2 elves in full cloaks, with staves burning with a white fire. As the king approached them, they bowed and opened the door. Across a covered bridge, they came to another tree, and 2 more of the guards just like the one before. Again, the door was opened, and they passed into the inside of another great tree. Streams from high above trickled down within the trunk of the tree, which was so massive they could not see the other side in the pale light. It was here they took a right turn and moved into another structure in entirety. Here was the entrance to what was called the Tower of the Crescent. It was here they were met by a large orb that glowed with the sparkle of the heavens above. "This is a star mirror," the king told them. "I didn't think such a thing existed anymore in these lands. My kin once had one, but it was shattered in war by a jealous faction. Can this one also channel the waves of arcane energy from the north?" "For a shadow elf, he is attuned to much of the secrets of our people," another elf said. The elf emerging before them had a long coat of silver and wore a necklace with a sapphire jewel. "High Archon Reviak, chief of the moon colors of Sailmark," King Tersua explained. Evurn did not bow as Fadis. Shadow elves know much beyond what it is assumed. "Indeed, my young one." Evurn was taken aback by such a statement, but by the looks of this elf, he was indeed much older than Evurn. His features were longer and more pronounced than Evurn's. But it was Fadis who made the statement. "You are a high elf?" he asked. "You do not look as the others." "I remember the times before the seas came into the north. I remember the wars between Dwemhar and Rusis. I witnessed the gods fight upon our realm and pulled many from the swallowing seas of the south onto Dwemhar realm ships as cataclysm gripped the world. Yes, I am one of the oldest elves in the west and possibly the east. But this does not matter. I too have been plagued by nightmares as of late. Those among us who are seers say they have been blinded by a shroud of terror." "Is the Purified One before the council?" "He awaits." The king led Evurn and Fadis down a passage and then up a stairwell to a viewing area high above a polished floor far below. On the far side of the circular room sat ascending seats that rose high into the air. Above them, a skylight gave a view of the stars high above. Evurn and Fadis sat with the king, well out of sight of Richt. Though allowed passage into the city, Richt was currently bound. 2 archons held their staves aimed at him, and in the darkness more elves with their blades drawn stood ready. "Now calling to order the council of the Sailmark Crescent, high archons of the western lands. Purified One, you have been allowed continued life for the time being, for it was revealed that you have insight as to a coming travesty. We of the Crescent wish to know why you come forward with this, being of the demon men and the vampires yourself." Richt shook in the chains that held him. "I am not of them. I was taken against my will and turned to that which you claim. Upon purification, I was abandoned by them. I lost all my ties to the Dwemhar, yet I still care much of the elves." "You are truly Dwemhar?" another elf asked. "I was. I was within this city before its destruction. I know I was present when it was given to those of Sailmark." "Then state your name for our record so we may know whom we speak to." Richt remained silent. "You do not have a name?" "I do, but what I am called by now was not my given name. I do not remember." There was muttered discussion before Reviak emerged. "I attest what he said to be true," the High Archon stated. "I know his face. He was of the Dwemar Lords and went by the title Eliasso, Seer of the 10 Seals." There was a sudden uproar in the chamber. Even the King of Sailmark rose for a moment. "Order!" Reviak shouted. A blast of magic erupted outward from the High Archon, and silence befell the chamber. "Eliasso, you have no remembrance of your life as a Dwemhar?" "Only echoes, some knowledge, as that which I used on the dwarf I healed before." "Then you must know that it was by your foreshadowing that the destruction of the entire southern lands was foretold. Your vision told all that the gods were to duel, and that great floods would grip the lands to our south. You rallied your people and ours, and a great host went to save as many as could be from the wrath of the Itsu in what we now refer to as the Sunken Lands." "I do not remember such events. I wish I could so to give validity to my claims." "Go then," Reviak said. "Now that the Council knows who you are, the fact you can provide any insight, though perhaps not as clear, is of use." Richt shook the chains that bound him. "I am kept like a prisoner. I have no power. Such is the law that keeps Sailmark safe. Your city and lands are not safe. That which has transpired is like fertile ground for that which comes. I can feel the energies of my people within this chamber. What you use as a place of foresight we used as a forge. The weapons of our people, the armor of our people, and every bit of knowledge we mustered were kept within these rooms, but that which rests in the ruins below our feet that has been forgotten. There is a great source of power here, that which will no doubt draw our enemy in time. I am purified, but even now, I feel energies creeping back into my form. Though my mind is lost, I have not been a mere prisoner to you while here. Release me, or I shall release myself. Treat me as a friend, or you carve forth an enemy." "Do not release him!" several Archons shouted. Reviak looked up to the king. The king did not respond immediately, but then stood, moving to a balcony to their right. "Eliasso of the Dwemhar, give us knowledge, and you shall be granted freedom." Richt, or Eliasso as was his given name, shook the chains, and they fell to the ground. Immediately Archons and Elven swordsmen moved in. "Stop!" Reviak shouted. "That is better," Eliasso said. "Within these chambers, I have reconnected to the energies of my kind. I can see with more foresight than even before. What I saw has faded away. What I see is what is to come. Darkness moves from the woods of the east, and the sacred keep that has been a dwelling place of the vampires and demon men has opened. The city of vampires has re-emerged in the fogs to the west of the Crescent Lake. What comes is true horror, for with the death of the lands around us, the vampires shall raise a grand army. Even now, they move toward Taria, seeking the augmentation of their numbers. Several vampire queens have awakened. Some time ago, a small group of elves and rangers took down a would-be queen, but that time has passed. They head to an ancient place east of here, a nodule of the power of the old world. Upon activation, they seek to use their powers to turn that which is dead alive. Demon men swarm this place." Eliasso's eyes suddenly flashed white. "They will eat upon these halls. Elven blood runs red. A war will grip these regions like none before, and those in the north, the Earless Elves, will come to war. But all will fail until at last the heavens rain fire upon the lands, and few will remain who are alive as of now." Eliasso's eyes became as they were before. The man collapsed. "I am sorry. Bound me again. I do not mean to anger you." "You do not," Reviak said. "You have provided insight and, in truth, much more. You are not a prisoner, Eliasso." "Who is that?" Richt asked. The chamber was silent. "You do not remember?" Reviak asked. "No, High Archon. I had focused on that which still ripples through this place, the echo of the Dwemhar that remains. In doing so, I gained focus, but I do not remember what transpired. You spoke of vampires returning, Reviak said, and a place to the east, a place they will use to turn that which is dead to life. Do you know of this place? I see it as a blurred image in mind. I focus and cannot see it as clear as it could be, but... He paused, taking several deep breaths. I can lead us to it. I know I can. Reviak motioned for the king to come forth. You have seen what has been spoken. What do you say, King of Sailmark and all elves of the West? We move to find this source of power. The elves must do what is necessary to stop this travesty. I have word that before dawn, Lord Suvasal will arrive. We will speak with him and decide what our direct course will be. We will not let the sun set tomorrow without a host prepared to move forward. High Archons of Sailmark, I charge you to study what can be studied of this place in the east. Richt, do you know or have any hint as to the timing of said events? A black moon approaches, Richt said. That I do remember. Magic will be strong that night. He speaks of that which is 2 days from now, a voice in the High Archon Council said. Then it is of importance for us to act, Reviak said. The arrival of the strangers from the north and the realm ship of old coincides with events we face now. See it as a sign not of destruction, but of salvation. Sailmark, the crown of the western lands, shall not fall. The assembly adjourned. Fadis stood with Evurn as the king motioned the guards down below to allow Richt passage out of the chamber. This way, the king told them, motioning for them to exit the way they had come in. Back in the entryway, they met back up with Richt, who bowed before the king. The hour grows late, sire. I wish to assist your archons in whatever way I can. The king smiled. Sailmark owes a great debt of gratitude, and I intend to look into the treatment of other purified ones. If some can be saved, I want them to have a home in our borders, not within the city itself, but still within arrow range if they were attacked. It seems a greater evil is at work in the lands. There is much I am unsure of. Seek out High Archon Reviak and express to him that 5 moons converge as one. That will be enough for him to allow you into the sanctum. Richt departed. King Tersua turned to Fadis and Evurn. Rest, friends. Tomorrow morning I shall speak with Lord Suvasel. We will determine our plans. Speak with your captain, he said to Evurn. If the Stormborn would like to help the Elves of Sailmark, as does his crew, we would gladly accept your assistance. He then embraced Fadis. Many years your son has been under my woods. I have watched over him and treated him no different from elfkin. He defends these woods with his life as a proud leaf of Sailmark. Do not attempt to force him from that path. I do not, but I am curious of my own path now. Evurn looked at Fadis surprised. You mean to leave the Stormborn? I do not know. I seek a life with my son, and to be where my bow will do the most good. I was a ranger of the north, and while I will not return to that life, I cannot ignore what befalls this place. I will protect and fight with Evri as long as I am able. Indeed, the king said. We can speak of it more when we are all rested. I leave you to return to your companions. As the king left, Fadis looked at Evurn. You do not approve of my thoughts? Evurn shook his head and pointed for them to walk forward. I believe all should take the path they felt led upon. Ranger, this is the first time your path has made sense to me. Thanks, Fadis chuckled. I only speak what I feel is true for this moment. Your son may not need you as he did when he was younger, but you must seek out that relationship before it is too late. Leaves turn with the seasons, and the life of the race of men is short. They returned to the area where the others were sleeping. While it wasn't dawn yet, the early lights of the morning were beginning to show in the shift of colors within the night sky. Evurn lay down not too far from Valin, and Fadis took a spot by Kirla. He lay flat on his back, his sword within reach, but in the air of Sailmark he heard the songs of the Elves. He felt calm and at home for the first time in many years. Horn calls shot out across the city. Fadis jerked awake. Kirla was to her feet, and the rest of the crew sat up.
Another attack!
Shouted Valin. An explosion shook the tower. Fadis looked up to see the light of the Dwemer crystals still alight. The defenses had not been penetrated. Suddenly, on the balcony, there were wisps of green leaves, and Evri appeared. "Come, father." The leaves of Sailmark move to protect the king. Hammer songs attack the tower, and the main doorway is blocked. Archons attempt to open the way for the rest of our forces, but a shroud is on the upper reaches of the king's quarters. Red smoke, unlike anything I have ever seen. Around him, other leaves appeared, their blades brimming with energy as the Dwemhar devices empowered their bodies. "Kirla, Evium, come. Evurn, you and Valin go down to assist the Archons." "I'll just sleep. That's fine," Brae said. "Come on," Valin said to her, drawing his sword. Fadis gripped his blade, running with Evri and the other leaves. "The king's quarters is 2 towers over, and the way has been blocked. The leaves must defend the king. He is with Suvasel, but Suvasel guards were already blown from the tower with the explosion. An assassination or betrayal? The elves do not assume anything. We will see what we find." Another explosion. This one sent debris and smoke into the air just outside from where they were. Evri ran to a window looking out into a courtyard. "More bastard dwarves! How did we miss these? They must have already been here." "Go," Evium said. "I will deal with the hammer songs myself. Go!" Evium went out to the balcony, her powers growing around her as she floated upward. As Fadis turned to continue with Evri and Kirla, flashes of Evium's magic cast shadows ahead of them. The pathway to the stairwell was shrouded in red smoke. It was then Evurn jumped up from a lower level onto a balcony to their side. "The Archons have broken through the hammer songs. The others go to assist Evium. Beware this smoke, for it is not dwarven but of my kin." Daggers flew, striking 2 of the leaves. Evri and the remaining leaves shifted forward, becoming as separate wisps that shot into the red smoke. Kirla and Fadis held back with Evurn. The smoke allows the shadow elves to move about unseen as phantoms. A scream came, and blood sprayed on one wall. One of the Sailmark leaves flew against the wall and gasped as a man wearing red garbs gripped him. Kirla ran forward, throwing one of her knives just as another warrior struck her from above, kicking her to the ground. Before Fadis could rush him with his sword, Evurn sent a blast of red fire into the form. The smokes above shifted, and swords clanged. The elves of Sailmark fought the phantoms as their forms became obvious. Fadis recognized these men. He had seen them before attempting to assassinate the Barb King. This day, they were not the allies they had shown themselves before. Evurn lifted his staff, blasting wind at the smoke above, forcing it out and revealing the many dead elves littering the stairwells. Evri and another of the leaves were on the highest level. Fadis ran with Kirla just behind him. He climbed the stairs, pushing as fast as his legs would move as the other member of the Leaves of Sailmark fell to his death, gushing blood as he fell. Fadis made it up to the level with his son. Beyond his son, in a closed door to the right with smoke rolling out of it, he heard the shouts and clamor of another fight. Evri ran for his opponent, jumping high as the shadow elf used a rod to cast fire directly in his path. Fadis brought his blade up, slamming down on the shadow elf, who parried low and rolled, attempting to stab Kirla. The rogue leaped out of the way and just parried his attack before Evri and Fadis came again, Fadis managing to land a strike on the warrior's shoulder. The warrior flipped upward, grabbing onto an awning, dodging Kirla's throwing knives before Evri used his Dwemhar armor to get near him. He slashed as he materialized, and the warrior fell. Both Fadis and Evurn went in for the kill when vines burst from the tower itself, and Evurn ran onto the landing with his staff alight.
I hold this one! Go! Go to the king!
Evurn, Kirla, and Fadis ran into the clearing smoke to see the armor of an elf with his back to them. A sword dropped, and even as it did, the elf's side ran red with blood. The elf was holding his attacker. But this was not the king. I am Suvasel of Fickmark. Your insult has been received, you defiler of life. Fadis went around the side of the elf with his sword, ready to see the attacker collapse. The elf Lord Suvasel withdrew a blade that slid back into his gauntlet, leaving his adversary to choke. Suvasel ran to the King Tersua, who was lying against a far wall. Evurn dropped to his knees.
My king!
His throat had been slit, but not before he and Suvasel had taken several of the attackers. Fadis turned to Suvasel. The elf wore heavy gold armor. On his shoulders were bright red jewels, but he did not wear the polished garb of a king of men. He had markings and dents. This was a warlord of the Elves, and even as a host of Archons and Elves of Sailmark came into the room, he did not waver in his cutting stares. Lord Relia ran to the fallen king with several leaves appearing around him.
The hammer songs!
He shouted out.
Send word! The Elves of Sailmark march for Harkinnock. Then on to Micranock, we will bring swift retribution on the dwarves of the west.
Harkinnock is already red with dwarven blood, but this was not the dwarves, Suvasel said. This was beyond Taria as well. They were paid, Evurn said, moving his bound prey before Suvasel. These shadow elves work independent of those of the Shadowlands. Suvasel lifted his sword at an angle toward Evurn. Said from a shadow elf, bound him now. Elves forced Evurn to the ground at the wish of Suvasel.
Wait,
Fadis said. We are guests of the king. You are a man of Taria. I have seen your face, but it has been many years. Why should I trust you more than even this shadow elf? Because a greater darkness comes, the captured elf Evurn had bound growled. My masters have many ploys to work their magic. The king of Taria paid well for this attack, and we do not have allegiance to any crown, be it Elven, Dwarven, or the race of men. You are just a pawn in greater events. Soon, this land will swarm under the shadow of the bloodsuckers, and we will stand off and watch as the once proud kingdom falls leaderless and kingless. Suvasel dropped to the ground and punched the assassin. His mouth ran red, and broken teeth littered the floor. You will beg for death before the coming of night once again. Fickmark does not allow insult such as this to befall any Elven kingdom. I am Suvasel, once Lord King of Fickmark, now King of the Varmark woodlands by succession. I will rally our forces and march to protect whatever it is that the vampire lords seek, and then I will go to Taria and burn that king from his home. Kirla had slipped away. Running away, she met up with Avium, who was with Ruach and several Archons, including Reviak. Valrin and Bry ran up as well.
The king has fallen! Suvasel has taken command! She shouted.
The line of succession is correct, but what is the issue, my child? Reviak said. He has taken Fadis and Evurn. He considers them criminals. I will deal with this, Reviak said. The High Archon slammed down his staff, and the host before him moved as one in a flash and appeared before King Suvasel and the others. Ruach dropped to a knee as they appeared. Hail, King Suvasel of Fickmark. Reviak dipped in a bow, and the king returned it. He then looked at the body of the once king, who was already being wrapped in linings by some of the elves. Fadis and Evurn were still bound. You indeed do insult the guests of the king. Know these here are of the north. Aboard a vessel of the Dwemhar, they arrived and have helped our people defend this ground. Your order to bound them is unjust.
You are willing to allow a shadow elf, one of the race who killed the once king, to roam freely. Much has changed, sire. A purified one who was once Dwemhar speaks of the greater evil. He is now allowed to move through our halls at will. These here found favor in the eyes of the once king. They will assist us, but not bound as such. Fadis looked up, though his head was pushed back down by his captor. Release them, Suvasel stated plainly. Fadis and Evurn pushed off those who held them and stood. As I was saying, Evurn growled, these men were paid assassins. Whatever this one squeals through broken teeth does not matter. The money came from the king of Taria. Evri drew his sword. I invoke the falling leaves of Sailmark. Lord Relia looked at him. Evri, as head of the High Guard and of the Leaves of Sailmark, why did you make such a promise without consulting me? So it still stands, Evri said. The king was like a father to me. I will not let his death go unpunished. Lord Relia bowed before King Suvasel. Please do not honor this sire. He is a boy, not an elf. Evri slammed his blade into the ground. I am of the Leaves of Sailmark, the High Guard of the woodlands. I may not be an elf, but I have sweated and bled beside my brothers and sisters. I would die for any of them, and you would do the same for me, correct, my lord? Relia nodded. I would. Fadis didn't understand what his son had done yet, but King Suvasel seemed impressed. You are the son of this ranger, are you not? He asked him. I am, Evri said. You come from strong blood. This man once stole a sacred bow of the Elves. He also avoided my arrows the one and only time I saw him before now. Fadis didn't remember avoiding this elf's arrows, but then again, he had avoided many arrows in his time. So, Evri of Sailmark, you wish to go alone to Taria to kill the king? What? Fadis asked. Silence, man of the north. Speak, Suvasel said. I will journey north. I will seek out the king. I cut myself from Sailmark, and if captured, I die. 2 other Leaves of Sailmark stepped forth, followed by 2 others. We too invoke the falling leaves of Sailmark, they all said in unison. There were gasps within the assembled there. So be it, King Suvasel said. Kill the king of Taria. I will lead our forces to protect what the dreaded vampires seek to befoul. The lands will remember the elves of old, and we will not fall to the swords of men. Those assembled shouted in unison. Forever remain will the elves of the west. The sun was well visible by now, and was the deepest red Fadis had seen in some time. The once king of Sailmark, Tursua, was moved to an altar near the center of the town, and flowers began to be offered in remembrance of the lost king. Fadis shook his fists, slamming them on the railings he stood near as he looked off into the woods. Father, Evri said from behind him. The others, Valin and the crew, were nearby. Fadis turned to see Evri and the other elves who had agreed to go kill the king of Taria. You're not happy, I know that. Fadis stared at his son, seeing a flash of the young boy he had seen those many nights ago, when his once love had told him that he was no one, and that tearing pain he had felt in his heart that night returned. He looked over to Valin and the others, and then back to Evri. My son, you commit to something beyond yourself. I will not stop you, but I will go with you. The crew of the Ayla Sunrise goes with you, Valin stated suddenly. At least I will go. My ship can get you to Taria unseen by their spies, and no elven vessel will be as agile as mine. I don't expect you'll want to attempt it by land either. Evri bowed. I am beyond gladdened by this. What in the name of Throka was that? A voice suddenly said. Kurla glanced over to see her friend was sitting up. Those around shifted over to the dwarf Riller. Oh dear, where are we? This looks elven. Are we with elves? The elves of Sailmark gave us sanctuary. There is much we must discuss, but we will, Kurla said. Rest for now. I wish to leave tonight, if possible, Evri said. I and my brothers have much to prepare for.
Evri and the other elves bowed before leaving.
I don't get it, Riller said. I was fighting that beast of a mechanical monster, and then I was here. Who are these strangers? They are the crew of the Ayla Sunrise, friends, she said with a smile. Whoa, thank you.
You're welcome, Valin said.
At that moment, Lord Relia came in.
Kirla Fadis, he said. You are affiliated with the Rangers of the North?
At one time, Fadis said. Then come. 2 rangers have just arrived with something that may help us, that may be regarding the vampires. Please, come quickly. Relia led them out of the main tower and to an area where many archons were gathered. In the host were 2 men. They appeared to have bows, but were more adorned with fine armor than he would expect from rangers. Reviak turned to King Suvasel as he approached. These men bring salvation. King Suvasel, these 2 have been journeying into a dwarven mine of old. They are the 2 rangers who thwarted the vampire queen from before. They went to the elves near them, but they were told to seek the archons. They found a map of the ancient woods when the trees stretched across the north before the fall of the Dwemhar. One of the rangers stepped forward. I am Andok, and this is Badur. We seek your assistance. The shadow beings haunt all the wild lands of Taria, and something indeed is coming. We found this map in a shrine deep underground. It wasn't anything we paid attention to until we were both awoken from nightmares and found a beast over us. We killed it, but upon its death and the drops of its blood striking the open map that we had left out, the map transformed to this. He pointed to the map that Reviak held. Fadis leaned in to look at the parchment with Suvasel. These runes, blood runes, they go to awaken the blight lands upon us. These woods are dead, but this place is known. King Suvasel, we are a day's hard ride from this, Lord Relia said. King Suvasel looked at the rangers and then back to those of the Ayla Sunrise. Stars align in a strange way. He looked back to Andok and Badur. Thank you for seeking out the elves of Salmark, but I must ask, you have knowledge fighting these beasts, so we need your swords and any of your kin that you can summon. I will lead the armies to march toward this enemy, but I want an advance force to secure the ruins of old. Ruach will go with you 2, along with select warriors, to secure this site in advance of our armies. You can travel light and fast. Valrin, he said, turning to the captain, your arrival is not circumstantial. Can you and your crew go with this host? King Suvasel, Valrin said, I have volunteered to go with Evri and his elf brothers to Taria, but of my crew. He paused, looking at them. Aveam stepped forward. I will go. Bry and Evurn just stared at Valrin, but the king did not say anything of them. Then that as it is, the host shall depart before midday. We will not fail, elves of the Vumark woodlands. The darkness of the black moon shall not fall upon our lives. The elves will fight through the coming flames. This I swear by my life. Fadis looked to Evri and then to Valrin. He exhaled, feeling a hand touch his. It was Kirla. It is time for us both to have our revenge, she said. Thank you for listening to this Dwemhar Realms audiobook.